In a land of rolling hills, wide rivers, and ancient cities, the seeds of what would later become the mighty Ottoman Empire were first planted. Long before Osman I founded his small principality, Anatolia was a region filled with diverse peoples, rich cultures, and a history that stretched back thousands of years. This was a place where many traditions met and mixed, and where the past was always present in the daily lives of its people. Around the 11th century, the balance of power in the region was shifting. The mighty Byzantine Empire, which had long ruled over much of the area, was beginning to show signs of weakness. In its heart, the great city of Constantinople still shone with splendor, yet even its walls could not keep out change forever. At the same time, from the vast open lands of Central Asia, Turkic nomads had begun to travel west. They were people of horses and open skies, used to roaming freely and fighting fiercely. These warriors brought with them their own customs and traditions, which would one day blend with those of the lands they traveled into. After the Battle of Manzikert in 1071, the Seljuk Turks gained an important foothold in Anatolia. Their victory against the Byzantine forces opened the door for many Turkish groups to settle in the area. The Seljuks built their own state and spread their language, art, and ideas among the local people. Yet the Seljuk rule was not to last forever. Over time, the great empire began to break into smaller pieces, and local leaders started to rule their own territories. In these times of change, the region saw the rise of many small principalities, each with its own customs and ways of life. One such period was marked by the slow emergence of what would later be called the Ottoman Beylik. The land was still scarred by wars and conflicts, but it was also a place where trade and culture thrived. Merchants traveled from town to town, carrying goods such as silk, spices, and precious metals. In the marketplaces, people from different lands met and exchanged not only items but also ideas. This mix of East and West created a unique atmosphere where new traditions could take root. It was against this backdrop of commerce and exchange that the Ottoman family began to form its identity. The people who would become the Ottomans were born out of the confluence of several influences. They were Turkic nomads, proud of their past and skilled in the art of warfare. Yet they also learned from the settled civilizations around them. They saw the administrative methods of the Seljuks, the art and architecture of the Byzantines, and the learning of the Persians. Slowly, they began to weave these influences into their own way of life. Their language, though rooted in Turkish, carried words and ideas from many lands. Their art and music, too, became a blend of old and new. Life in Anatolia during these early years was not easy. The lands were often torn by conflicts between local lords and invading armies. Yet, the constant presence of battle and change also meant that people learned to adapt quickly. Villagers built their homes close to each other for protection. Farmers worked hard on the land, using techniques passed down through generations. In the towns, craftsmen honed their skills, making tools, pottery, and weapons. Even in times of strife, there was beauty in the everyday life of the people. Their traditions, songs, and stories would eventually find their way into the rich tapestry of Ottoman culture. One of the most important influences on the emerging Ottoman identity was the legacy of the Seljuk Turks. The Seljuks had brought with them a style of governance that combined strong military leadership with a respect for learning and culture. They built beautiful mosques and schools, and they encouraged the study of science, literature, and the arts. These traditions did not vanish when the Seljuk state began to crumble. Instead, they were absorbed and transformed by the new leaders who rose in the region. The Ottomans, in their early days, looked back to the Seljuk methods of rule as they sought to create order in a land of many challenges. The Byzantine Empire, too, played a part in shaping the early history of the region. Although the Byzantines were losing ground, their influence was still felt in the art, religion, and law of Anatolia. the Christian traditions of the Byzantines mixed with the Muslim ways brought by the Seljuks and other Turkish tribes, leading to a unique cultural blend. In many small towns and villages, people practiced rituals and customs that had been handed down for centuries. This deep history of religious and cultural diversity would later be seen as one of the strengths of the Ottoman state, which became known for its ability to manage a multi-ethnic and multi-religious empire. Perhaps one of the most lasting impacts of the Ottoman legacy is its influence on identity and memory. In many parts of the former empire, people continue to celebrate festivals, traditions, and cuisines that have their roots in Ottoman times. These cultural practices help maintain a sense of continuity, connecting modern citizens to a shared past. They also provide a common language through which people express their values and aspirations. For example, the celebration of certain religious and cultural festivals in Istanbul, or the traditional music played in the Balkans, is not just a nostalgic look at history. It is a living tradition that adapts to contemporary life while honoring its origins. This continuity of tradition offers modern societies a model for how to preserve cultural heritage even as they embrace new ideas and technologies. In the realm of international relations, the diplomatic practices of the Ottomans continue to be studied as early examples of statecraft. The empire's approach to treaties, its use of clear, straightforward language in negotiations, and its ability to balance power among diverse groups have influenced modern diplomatic protocols. Today, when countries negotiate peace treaties or form alliances, the principles of clarity, fairness, and respect for diverse interests are often echoed in their language. The Ottoman legacy, in this regard, provides a historical framework for understanding how effective diplomacy can help maintain peace and stability in a complex world. Education and scholarship, too, have been deeply influenced by the Ottoman period. The empire was home to many great centers of learning, where scholars in fields such as astronomy, mathematics, philosophy, and medicine advanced knowledge that benefited not only the Ottoman state but also the wider world. Modern academic institutions in Turkey and neighboring countries continue to study Ottoman history, art, and law, drawing lessons that are applicable to today's challenges. By engaging with this past in simple, clear language, students and researchers can appreciate how historical ideas about governance, justice, and cultural exchange continue to shape our modern lives. Finally, the legacy of the Ottoman Empire is a story of human connection. A story that reminds us that the best ideas are those that bring people together. Whether through shared marketplaces, public celebrations, or the simple act of speaking in a language that everyone understands, the Ottomans showed that unity can be built on the foundations of trust, respect, and open dialogue. These lessons are as relevant today as they were centuries ago. In a world that is increasingly divided by political, cultural, and economic differences, the Ottoman example offers a reminder that diversity can be a strength rather than a weakness. As we look back on the history of the Ottoman Empire, we see an enduring influence that reaches far beyond the boundaries of time and space. The empire may have dissolved on the map, but its ideas live on in the laws we follow, the art we admire, the food we enjoy, and the very way we understand the world. Its clear, simple language, whether in legal codes, public proclamations, or everyday conversations, remains a testament to the power of honest communication and thoughtful governance. In conclusion, the enduring legacy of the Ottoman Empire teaches us that greatness is measured not only in military might or territorial expansion but in the lasting contributions to culture, law, and human connection. It reminds us that the best ideas are those that can be expressed in simple words, understood by all, and passed down from generation to generation. Today, as modern nations continue to evolve and face new challenges, the lessons of the Ottomans, of unity, fairness, resilience, and creative exchange, offer guidance and inspiration. Their legacy is a beacon for anyone who believes that a better, more connected world is possible. Even as we close the final chapter on the history of the Ottoman Empire, its legacy continues to speak to us today. This final part looks back over centuries of conquests, reforms, and cultural achievements, and draws out the enduring lessons that still influence our modern world. In simple and clear language, we reflect on how the ideas and practices of the Ottomans continue to inspire communities, shape governance, and remind us of the power of cultural exchange. For over 600 years, the Ottoman Empire managed to bring together people from many different backgrounds. Turks, Arabs, Greeks, Armenians, Jews, and many others lived side by side, each contributing their own traditions to a rich cultural tapestry. This remarkable ability to integrate diverse peoples was one of the empire's greatest strengths. Today, in many countries that once fell under Ottoman rule, the spirit of coexistence and cultural blending is still evident. Whether in the music of Istanbul, the cuisine of the Balkans, or the art of the Middle East, the legacy of an empire that embraced diversity endures. It teaches us that unity can be achieved when people respect one another's differences and work together toward common goals. One of the most important lessons from the Ottoman period is the idea of governance through clear, fair laws. The Ottomans were among the first to write laws in a language that was meant to be understood by all citizens. They established courts where justice was administered openly, and public officials were expected to follow rules that applied equally to everyone. Even as modern legal systems have evolved, many countries and regions once ruled by the Ottomans still see echoes of these early principles. The simple message remains: a government that is transparent and fair can help build trust among its people. Today, the idea of accountability and the rule of law, principles that were refined during the Ottoman era, are fundamental to modern democracy and human rights. The Ottoman approach to administration was innovative as well. They balanced centralized power with a respect for local customs and traditions. This allowed diverse communities to retain a sense of identity while still contributing to a larger state. In modern times, this model offers valuable insights into managing multicultural societies. As nations today grapple with the challenges of diversity, the Ottoman example reminds us that good governance involves listening to local voices and ensuring that all groups feel represented. The Ottoman model of local councils and community involvement has influenced modern ideas about participatory government, and has helped shape policies in several countries around the world. Economically, the Ottomans were pioneers in creating networks of trade that connected Asia, Europe, and Africa. Their markets were vibrant centers of commerce, where goods, ideas, and cultures were exchanged freely. These trade networks helped to spread innovations in technology, art, and science across continents. The modern global economy, with its emphasis on international trade and cooperation, owes much to the early lessons of the Ottoman trade system. The importance of secure trade routes, fair taxation, and open markets, all ideas that were developed during the empire's long history, continue to be vital for economic stability and growth today. Culturally, the legacy of the Ottoman Empire is visible in the art, music, literature, and cuisine of many nations. The empire's contributions to architecture are celebrated in majestic mosques, palaces, and public buildings that still stand as monuments to a bygone era. Ottoman art, with its intricate patterns, vivid colors, and delicate calligraphy, has influenced modern design and continues to inspire contemporary artists. In music, traditional instruments and melodies that were developed during the Ottoman period are still played in both folk and modern settings. These artistic expressions remind us that creativity is a timeless value, one that can bridge generations and connect people across cultural divides. The Ottoman experience also offers lessons in resilience and adaptation. Throughout its history, the empire faced internal challenges, such as administrative corruption, military setbacks, and social unrest. as well as external pressures from rival states and changing global dynamics. Yet, time and again, the Ottomans found ways to adapt. They reformed their institutions, revised their laws, and embraced new technologies and ideas. This ability to change in the face of adversity is a powerful lesson for modern societies, which too must continually adapt to new challenges, whether they be economic, political, or environmental. The Ottoman story teaches us that progress often comes from the willingness to reform and the courage to face difficult changes head-on. The economic legacy of the Ottoman Empire is another subject of lively discussion. At its height, the empire was a hub of trade connecting Europe, Asia, and Africa. Its markets buzzed with activity, and goods ranging from silk and spices to ceramics and textiles traveled vast distances. Modern economists and historians examine how the empire's trade networks worked, explaining that its success was built on a combination of strategic location, fair tax policies, and effective infrastructure like roads and ports. These economic principles, often explained in simple, everyday language, remain relevant today. They remind us that prosperity depends on cooperation, clear rules, and a willingness to engage with the wider world. Moreover, modern scholarship on the Ottoman Empire has expanded to include the voices of those who lived on its fringes. For many years, history was written largely by those in power. Now, more researchers are delving into the experiences of women, peasants, and minority communities. Their stories, often told in simple narratives, offer fresh perspectives on how the empire's policies affected daily life. Women's roles in Ottoman society, for example, have come under new scrutiny. Far from being merely passive subjects, many women played active roles in commerce, education, and even in the political life of their communities. Their experiences, captured in letters, diaries, and local records, provide a fuller picture of an empire that was as much about the lives of ordinary people as it was about grand imperial ambitions. Another modern debate centers on the cultural memory of the Ottoman past. In countries like Turkey, Greece, and the Arab nations, the Ottoman legacy is a subject of passionate discussion. Some view the empire as a source of pride, a time when diverse peoples lived together in relative harmony and built great cities and works of art. Others remember periods of conflict and hardship, and they question whether the Ottoman model of rule is something to be emulated or critically re-examined. This debate is part of a larger conversation about national identity, historical memory, and the role of the past in shaping the present. By using clear, simple language, educators and public figures try to bridge these differing views, encouraging dialogue that respects both the achievements and the complexities of the Ottoman experience. In the modern classroom, the story of the Ottoman Empire is taught not as a distant relic of the past, but as a living example of how cultures evolve and interact. Teachers use simple narratives, visual aids, and storytelling techniques to show students that history is full of lessons about the importance of unity, the power of cultural exchange, and the need for honest governance. These lessons, expressed in everyday language, help young people understand that the ideas of fairness, tolerance, and innovation are not confined to modern textbooks but have roots that extend deep into history. The legacy of the Ottoman Empire is also reflected in the continuing traditions and celebrations of many communities. Festivals, culinary traditions, and local customs that originated during the Ottoman period are still observed today. Whether it is the shared meals in family homes or the communal celebrations in town squares, these practices remind people that history is not just about grand events but also about the small, everyday acts that bind communities together. They show that the simple values of hospitality, respect, and creativity are timeless and can be passed down through generations. In summary, the process of re-evaluating the Ottoman legacy has enriched our understanding of a complex and multifaceted civilization. It has taught us that the empire was not simply a force of conquest but also a vibrant, diverse society that made lasting contributions to art, law, language, economics, and governance. By discussing these topics in clear and straightforward language, modern scholars and educators help ensure that the lessons of the past remain accessible to everyone. The Ottoman legacy is a reminder that history is a tapestry of light and shadow, achievement and challenge, a tapestry that continues to influence our modern world. As we reflect on this rich legacy, we come to understand that the story of the Ottoman Empire is not confined to the pages of history books. It lives on in our cities, our legal systems, our languages, and our cultural practices. It reminds us that the best ideas, those of unity, fairness, and creative expression, can endure through time, shaping societies in subtle yet profound ways. The legacy of the Ottomans invites us to appreciate the power of cultural exchange and to recognize that the past, when understood in all its complexity, can offer valuable lessons for building a better future. Even after the Ottoman Empire ceased to exist as a political entity, its legacy continued to spark discussions, debates, and deep reflections among historians, scholars, and everyday people. In this period, many began to look at the empire not just as a distant memory of conquest and decline, but as a complex civilization whose ideas still shape our world today. This chapter is about reevaluating the Ottoman legacy through history and culture, a story told in simple words that invites us to understand both the achievements and the challenges of a once great empire. Over the years, historians have re-examined the Ottoman Empire from many angles. In earlier times, many accounts of the empire focused on its military conquests, its powerful sultans, and the grandeur of its court. These stories painted a picture of a state that was unyielding and, at times, harsh. But as new sources were discovered and new methods of historical study developed, a more nuanced view began to emerge. Scholars started to look at everyday life in the empire, how common people lived, worked, and celebrated, and found that the Ottoman experience was much richer and more diverse than previously thought. One of the key aspects of this reevaluation is the recognition of the empire's remarkable ability to integrate different cultures and traditions. For over 600 years, the Ottomans ruled over lands inhabited by Turks, Arabs, Greeks, Armenians, Jews, Slavs, and many others. Rather than simply imposing a single way of life, the Ottoman state, in many periods, allowed these diverse groups to preserve their own languages, religions, and customs. In local communities, people continued to speak their mother tongues, celebrate their own festivals, and pass down unique traditions from one generation to the next. This pluralism, as historians have come to understand, was one of the strengths of the Ottoman system. It allowed for a mosaic of cultures that enriched art, literature, and social life, an influence that can still be seen today in the music, cuisine, and festivals of many countries once under Ottoman rule. At the same time, the Ottoman legacy is not without controversy. Modern debates often focus on both the positive aspects of Ottoman rule and its darker chapters. Critics have pointed to episodes of repression, forced conversions, and the challenges of governing such a vast and diverse territory. These issues are not ignored in modern scholarship. Instead, they are discussed openly, with a view to understanding the full picture of an empire that, like all large states, had its share of conflict and hardship. Historians use clear, direct language to weigh the benefits of a system that promoted stability and diversity against the difficulties it sometimes faced in maintaining order. This balanced approach helps modern audiences understand that history is rarely black and white. Instead, it is a tapestry of light and shadow, where every thread, whether of achievement or failure, contributes to the overall design. Cultural reevaluation has also brought fresh insights into the art and architecture of the Ottoman period. The impressive mosques, palaces, and public buildings are celebrated not only as symbols of imperial power but also as examples of sophisticated craftsmanship and creative expression. Art historians study intricate tile work, calligraphy, and miniature paintings, explaining how these works of art reflect both the Islamic heritage and the influences of neighboring cultures. Museums around the world display Ottoman artifacts, and exhibitions invite people to explore how these objects tell stories of everyday life, spiritual devotion, and aesthetic innovation. Visitors learn that what might seem like decorative art on the surface often carries deep meanings, a reflection of the empire's commitment to beauty, order, and harmony. Language, too, has been a major focus in the modern study of the Ottoman legacy. Ottoman Turkish, a language rich with words borrowed from Arabic, Persian, and other languages, once served as the administrative and literary tongue of a vast empire. Today, scholars study this language to understand how it shaped modern Turkish and other regional languages. They explain in simple terms that language is not just a tool for communication but also a living record of history. The vocabulary, grammar, and idioms of Ottoman Turkish continue to influence everyday speech in Turkey and beyond, reminding people of the empire's long-lasting impact on cultural identity. Re-evaluating the Ottoman legacy also involves looking at the empire's legal and administrative systems. The Ottomans developed a complex system of governance that balanced central authority with local autonomy. Courts, public councils, and clear laws, written in a language that aimed to be accessible to all, helped maintain order in a vast and diverse state. Modern scholars argue that many of these ideas, such as local self-governance and accountability in administration, have echoes in contemporary democratic systems. They note that while the Ottoman system had its flaws, its emphasis on order, fairness, and public participation was an early precursor to modern ideas of citizenship and governance. By discussing these points in straightforward language, historians help us appreciate how past innovations continue to inform our current political and legal practices. In the realm of education and scholarship, the Ottoman legacy continues to influence academic life. Universities and research institutions in former Ottoman lands often study the empire's history, art, and legal traditions. Courses on Ottoman studies, taught in simple and clear language, help students understand how the empire managed its vast and diverse territories for centuries. This academic work is not just about preserving the past. It also offers valuable lessons for modern governance, conflict resolution, and cultural integration. Scholars argue that the Ottoman approach to diversity and administration provides a useful model for managing the complexities of modern multicultural societies. International relations have also been shaped by the Ottoman experience. The empire was a key player in European and Middle Eastern politics for centuries, and its diplomatic practices influenced the way states interacted with one another. Concepts such as treaties written in clear language, the use of public diplomacy, and the balance of power, all refined during the Ottoman era, are still relevant today. Modern Turkey, for instance, often looks back on its Ottoman heritage as it navigates complex relationships with both Western and regional neighbors. The history of Ottoman diplomacy reminds us that peace and stability are built on honest communication, respect for others' interests, and the willingness to find common ground. The legacy of the Ottoman Empire is also visible in everyday customs and traditions. From the way families gather for meals to the language used in everyday conversation, many aspects of life in Turkey and other parts of the former empire have been shaped by centuries of Ottoman influence. Traditional clothing, culinary styles, and even certain rituals have been passed down through generations. These traditions, cherished for their simplicity and beauty, help people maintain a connection to their history while embracing the modern world. They serve as a reminder that while the political and social structures of the past may have changed, the human desire for beauty, community, and meaning remains constant. Even as modern nations have emerged from the ruins of the Ottoman Empire, debates continue about how best to honor that legacy. Some see the empire as a time of great cultural and political achievement, a model of diversity, tolerance, and effective governance. Others point to the challenges and conflicts that also marked its history. Yet, regardless of one's perspective, it is clear that the Ottoman legacy is not a simple story. It is a tapestry woven from many threads: military conquest, cultural achievement, legal innovation, and social transformation. The enduring influence of these threads can be seen in the institutions, art, and everyday life of millions of people. In reflection, the lasting legacy of the Ottoman Empire teaches us that great civilizations are defined not only by their power and might but also by their ability to adapt, to integrate diverse cultures, and to leave behind ideas that continue to shape the world long after they are gone. The clear and simple language of the Ottoman reforms, whether in law, education, or public administration, reminds us that governance is not only about controlling territory but also about nurturing the spirit of a people. As modern Turkey and other successor states continue to evolve, they draw on the lessons of an empire that once bridged continents and connected cultures in a way that still inspires and challenges us today. Thus, the story of the Ottoman legacy is one of both continuity and change. Its influence can be seen in the skylines of modern cities, the pages of legal codes, the verses of poetry, and the melodies of traditional music. It is a legacy that speaks in simple, clear language, a legacy that tells us that the best ideas are those that endure through time, shaping societies in quiet yet profound ways. Even though the Ottoman Empire officially ended nearly a century ago, its impact on the modern world remains deep and wide-ranging. From art and law to language and everyday customs, the ideas and achievements of the Ottomans continue to shape the lives of millions. In this part of the story, we explore how the legacy of the empire lives on in ways that are both obvious and subtle, influencing modern culture, politics, and society. One of the most visible signs of the Ottoman legacy is seen in the architecture and urban landscapes of cities that once belonged to the empire. In modern Istanbul, for example, the majestic mosques with their grand domes and tall minarets, the sprawling bazaars filled with spices and textiles, and the impressive palaces serve as reminders of an era when art and beauty were central to statecraft. These structures were built with both function and beauty in mind. They were designed to be places where people could gather, not only to pray or conduct business but also to experience a shared sense of history and community. Today, tourists and locals alike wander the narrow streets, marveling at the intricate details of Ottoman tile work and calligraphy. In this way, the empire's architectural style has become a cherished part of cultural heritage, inspiring modern architects to blend tradition with innovation. Beyond the buildings, the legal and administrative reforms introduced by the Ottomans have also left their mark. The idea that laws should be written in clear, simple language and applied fairly to all citizens was an important innovation of the Ottoman era. Although modern legal systems have evolved considerably, many countries in the Middle East and the Balkans still see echoes of Ottoman law in their own systems. The concepts of local self-government, public accountability, and community participation, once advanced by Ottoman administrators, helped lay the groundwork for modern notions of citizenship and democracy. In everyday life, this legacy can be seen in how people understand their rights and responsibilities. The clarity and transparency promoted during the empire's later years continue to influence public discourse and government practices in many regions that were once part of the Ottoman realm. The Ottoman influence on language and literature is another lasting legacy. During the empire's long history, a rich cultural mix developed as different peoples, Turks, Arabs, Greeks, Armenians, Slavs, and others, lived side by side. This cultural blending was reflected in the language spoken in many Ottoman courts and marketplaces, which borrowed words and expressions from a variety of tongues. Even today, modern Turkish, as well as other regional languages, carry traces of this multilingual past. Poets and writers of the Ottoman period produced works that celebrated the beauty of nature, love, and human endeavor in language that was accessible and direct. Their verses, often recited in public gatherings and family celebrations, helped create a cultural identity that continues to inspire modern writers. The emphasis on clear, heartfelt communication is a value that still resonates in the literature and media of countries that once fell under Ottoman rule. Trade and commerce were once the lifeblood of the empire, and the spirit of exchange still pulses through many regions today. The vast network of trade routes that connected Asia, Europe, and Africa during the Ottoman period helped spread not only goods but also ideas and technology. Modern commerce in countries like Turkey, Greece, and the Arab nations often follows paths that were first established centuries ago by Ottoman traders. Markets remain central to community life, and the concept of fair trade and shared prosperity, ideas promoted by Ottoman economic reforms, continues to be a goal for local governments and business communities. Even in our globalized world, the lessons of the Ottoman trade system remind us that economic stability comes from cooperation and mutual benefit. Perhaps one of the most profound aspects of the Ottoman legacy is its influence on cultural diversity and tolerance. The empire was home to people of many faiths and backgrounds, including Muslims, Christians, and Jews. The Ottoman rulers, especially during periods of reform, worked hard to ensure that different communities could live together in peace. They allowed religious institutions to flourish, encouraged cultural exchanges, and promoted a shared sense of identity that transcended ethnic and religious differences. Today, many of the lands that once formed the Ottoman Empire continue to be known for their rich diversity. In cities like Sarajevo, Beirut, and Istanbul, the coexistence of different cultures is celebrated as a strength rather than a source of conflict. The simple idea that unity is built on mutual respect and understanding, a lesson learned during centuries of Ottoman rule, remains as relevant now as it was then. The influence of Ottoman art and music can also be felt in modern popular culture. Traditional instruments like the oud, ney, and tamba, which were once played in the courts of sultans, are still heard in folk music and modern compositions. Dance, too, has retained elements of the graceful, flowing movements that were popular during the empire's golden age. Festivals and cultural events across Turkey and the Balkans often feature performances that draw on Ottoman traditions. These celebrations not only entertain but also serve as a bridge between past and present, allowing new generations to experience the rich cultural heritage of their ancestors in a way that is both meaningful and accessible. The aftermath of the war brought even greater challenges. The victorious Allied powers, including Britain, France, Russia, and later the United States, saw the weakened Ottoman state as a prize to be divided. In 1920, the Treaty of Sèvres was imposed upon the empire. This treaty, written in clear but uncompromising terms, demanded vast territorial losses. Large portions of the Ottoman lands were ceded to new or existing states, while the remaining heartland was reduced to a fraction of its former size. For many Ottomans, the treaty was seen as a profound injustice, a final blow to an empire that had once spanned continents and connected diverse cultures. The reaction to the Treaty of Sèvres was one of shock and deep sorrow. In towns and villages across Anatolia, people gathered to discuss the terms of the treaty, which seemed to erase centuries of history in a few stark pages. The clear language of the treaty left little room for interpretation. The Ottoman Empire, as it had been known for over 600 years, was coming to an end. The news was met with tears, anger, and a burning desire for a new beginning. Out of this deep sense of loss and the need for renewal emerged a new leader, Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk. He understood that the fate of the Turkish people and the future of the region depended on a bold and determined response. Ataturk led the Turkish War of Independence, a conflict fought from 1919 to 1922, with clear and straightforward ideas of national self-determination and unity. He rallied the people with simple, powerful messages that they deserved a government of their own, one that respected their rights and provided a clear path forward. Under his leadership, ordinary citizens, soldiers, and local leaders came together to fight against the harsh terms imposed by foreign powers. The War of Independence was a long and difficult struggle, filled with battles, sacrifices, and moments of both hope and despair. Soldiers fought in rugged terrain, and in towns and villages, people risked everything to support the cause of national freedom. The clear language of Ataturk's speeches, direct, honest, and inspiring, reached every corner of Anatolia. His words promised that from the ashes of the old empire, a modern nation would rise. Slowly but surely, Turkish forces managed to push back the occupying armies and secure key territories. The culmination of this struggle came with the signing of the Treaty of Lausanne in 1923. Unlike the Treaty of Sèvres, the Treaty of Lausanne was written with a spirit of fairness and recognition of the new reality. It established the borders of modern Turkey and marked the official end of the Ottoman Empire. The treaty's clear language and balanced terms gave hope to a people who had suffered greatly and had fought hard for their freedom. In a moment that was both sad and triumphant, the Ottoman Empire finally dissolved, and in its place, a modern, independent nation was born. The final dissolution of the Ottoman Empire was not just the end of an era. It was also a turning point that set the stage for a new chapter in world history. The legacy of the empire, its achievements, its struggles, and its cultural richness, continued to influence the region long after its borders disappeared from the map. The ideas of unity, resilience, and the pursuit of justice, expressed in clear and simple language over the centuries, lived on in the hearts of those who had once called the empire home. In the aftermath of World War I, as the old structures crumbled and new institutions took shape, the people of Anatolia faced the future with cautious hope. The transition was difficult, and the memories of a once great empire were tinged with sorrow for what was lost. Yet the desire for a better, more just society spurred the birth of modern Turkey, a state that would rebuild itself on the principles of democracy, education, and economic growth. Today, the story of the Ottoman Empire's final dissolution serves as a powerful reminder of how even the mightiest empires can fall when they fail to adapt to changing times. It is a story told in simple, clear language, a tale of struggle, loss, and ultimately, rebirth. The lessons learned during this tumultuous period continue to influence modern political thought, demonstrating that the pursuit of unity, fairness, and self-determination is a timeless quest. As we reflect on this chapter in history, we remember not only the battles fought and treaties signed but also the human spirit that persevered against overwhelming odds. The clear, honest words of leaders like Ataturk and the sacrifices of countless individuals who fought for a better future continue to inspire generations. They remind us that even in the darkest times, hope can guide a people toward a new beginning, a reminder that from the ruins of a fading empire, a modern nation can rise to shape the future. By the early years of the 20th century, the Ottoman Empire, once a mighty force spanning 3 continents, had entered a period of deep crisis. The vast state, built over centuries of conquest and cultural achievement, now struggled with internal decay, outdated systems, and mounting external pressures. In this part of the story, we explore how World War I became the final test for the empire and ultimately led to its dissolution. At the start of the century, many signs pointed to the empire's decline. The old administrative structures, which had once united a diverse population, had grown cumbersome and corrupt. Military forces, once renowned for their discipline and innovation, were weakened by years of neglect and internal strife. Moreover, nationalist movements began to stir among the empire's many peoples. In simple words, people started to ask, "Why should we remain part of an empire that no longer serves our needs?" These questions grew louder as the world around the Ottomans changed rapidly. When World War I erupted in 1914, the Ottoman leadership faced a critical decision. They believed that by joining the war on the side of Germany and Austria-Hungary, they could regain lost prestige and perhaps even recover some of the territories that had slipped away. This choice was not made lightly. For many years, the empire had relied on its military might and careful diplomacy to hold its lands together. Now, with the winds of modern conflict blowing in from Europe, the decision to enter the war was seen as both a desperate gamble and a last effort to revive a fading power. Initially, there was hope that the alliance with Germany might bring new energy to the Ottoman state. Soldiers, many of whom had long served in battles that had once defined the empire's strength, marched into war with a sense of duty. The propaganda of the time, written in clear and stirring language, called on the people to defend their homeland and honor the legacy of their ancestors. In bustling bazaars and quiet village squares alike, the call to arms was heard, promising that through sacrifice, a brighter future might be secured. However, the reality of the war quickly set in. The Ottoman Empire found itself fighting on several fronts. In the Middle Eastern theater, Ottoman forces clashed with British troops and local Arab rebels who sought independence. Battles raged in the deserts and rugged hills, where the heat and the vast, open spaces made every campaign a grueling test of endurance. The once formidable Ottoman soldiers, long celebrated for their skill and organization, now found themselves facing enemies equipped with new military technologies and fighting for their own national causes. On another front, in the Caucasus region, Ottoman forces battled against the Russian army. The harsh winter conditions, with biting cold and heavy snowfall, turned the already difficult mountain campaigns into near impossible challenges. The Russian forces, better adapted to the bitter climate, pressed the Ottomans back, inflicting heavy losses. Every step in the snowy passes became a struggle for survival. These battles highlighted not only the physical hardships of war but also the limits of an army that had not modernized fast enough to meet new challenges. As the war dragged on, the strain on the empire grew ever heavier. Supply lines, already stretched thin by the vast distances of the Ottoman lands, began to falter. Food and ammunition became scarce, and the morale of both soldiers and civilians began to wane. In cities that had once pulsed with the energy of commerce and cultural exchange, a sense of fear and uncertainty settled over everyday life. Markets that had once thrived were now quiet, as people worried about shortages and the loss of security. The clear promise of a united, prosperous state, once a beacon of hope, now seemed like a distant memory. Meanwhile, internal divisions that had long simmered beneath the surface of the empire began to boil over. Nationalist movements, whether among Arab, Armenian, Greek, or other groups, gained momentum. In many regions, people had begun to imagine a future independent of Ottoman rule. Simple slogans of freedom and self-determination echoed in the streets. The idea that every community should have the right to govern itself spread quickly, undermining the cohesion that had once held the empire together. This internal fracturing made it even harder for the already weakened state to resist the external pressures of the war. By 1918, the situation had reached a breaking point. The Central Powers, which included Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottomans, found themselves increasingly isolated as the tide of the war turned against them. In a series of battles and retreats on multiple fronts, the Ottoman military suffered defeats that shattered any remaining hope of a turnaround. The great armies that had once marched in proud formation were now in disarray, and the once fabled Ottoman resilience was no longer enough to stave off collapse. With the military situation untenable, the Ottoman leadership was forced to negotiate an armistice in 1918. This agreement marked the end of the empire's participation in World War I, but it also signaled the beginning of the end. The armistice was not a victory. It was a surrender to the harsh realities of a modern world where old empires no longer had a place. The words of the armistice, read in solemn tones in public squares, made it clear that the Ottoman state could no longer continue in its old form. Yet, as with any great revolution, there were moments of turmoil and conflict. The new political order faced opposition not only from conservative elements, but also from rival factions within the reform movement. Different visions of modernity clashed, and power struggles sometimes led to violence. There were episodes of unrest in several provinces, where local leaders, unwilling to give up their old privileges, resisted the changes imposed by the new government. In some cases, these conflicts escalated into clashes between reform-minded soldiers and those loyal to the old regime. The situation was chaotic, and for a time, it seemed that the promise of the revolution might be lost in the strife. Despite the internal conflicts, the overall impact of the Young Turk Revolution was transformative. It opened the door to a more open and modern political system and marked the beginning of the end for the absolute rule of the Sultan. Although the path ahead was filled with challenges, the clear and simple ideas of the reformers had reshaped the political landscape of the empire. They demonstrated that change was possible, even in a state as vast and diverse as the Ottoman Empire, and that the power of the people could alter the course of history. In the years that followed, the ideas of the Young Turks continued to influence the direction of the state. Although political instability and external pressures would later lead to further challenges and eventually to the dissolution of the empire, the legacy of the revolution remained. The movement had shown that modern, democratic ideas could take root in a society that had long been ruled by tradition and autocracy. The discussions and debates that had started in the coffeehouses and town halls laid the groundwork for a national awakening, a process that would ultimately lead to the establishment of modern Turkey. The story of the Young Turk Revolution is one of both triumph and turmoil. It is a reminder that even when an old order seems unchangeable, the clear, passionate voices of reformers can spark a transformation that reaches every corner of society. The revolution showed that the promise of a government built on transparency, accountability, and the rule of law was not just a dream but a real possibility. The movement's message, that every citizen should have a say in the governance of their country, resonated deeply, and its ideas continue to inspire discussions about democracy and reform today. In everyday life, the impact of the revolution was felt by people from all walks of life. In the streets of Istanbul, in the rural villages of Anatolia, and in the diverse provinces of the empire, citizens began to see themselves as active participants in shaping their destiny. The simple language of the reformers, words of hope, justice, and progress, became a common refrain, echoing in public squares and in the hearts of those who believed in a fairer future. Schools began to teach new ideas about citizenship and the importance of participation in government, and over time, a culture of debate and discussion took hold. The Young Turk Revolution also left its mark on art and culture. Writers and poets, emboldened by the new political freedoms, explored themes of liberty, national identity, and the pain of transformation. Their works, written in plain language that spoke to the common man, captured the spirit of the age, an era defined by both great hope and profound sacrifice. The creative energy of the time was not without its setbacks, but it laid the foundation for a cultural renaissance that would help to define the modern identity of Turkey. In summary, the Young Turk Revolution and the political upheaval that accompanied it marked a critical turning point in the history of the Ottoman Empire. Through the clear, honest words of its reformers, the movement challenged centuries of autocratic rule and laid the groundwork for a new, more participatory system of government. While the road was fraught with conflict and uncertainty, the revolution ultimately set in motion changes that would transform not only the political structure of the state but also the very way in which its people viewed themselves and their future. By the early years of the 20th century, the Ottoman Empire, long celebrated for its grand conquests and rich cultural heritage, was showing deep signs of internal decay. The old ways of ruling had become heavy with bureaucracy, corruption, and inefficiency. At the same time, modern ideas about democracy, equality, and national self-determination had begun to spread throughout Europe and into the heart of the empire. These new ideas reached the young, educated members of Ottoman society and sparked a powerful movement known as the Young Turk Revolution. The Young Turks were a group of reform-minded intellectuals, military officers, and ordinary citizens who believed that the empire needed radical change. They argued that the old autocratic system, in which power was concentrated in the hands of a few, was no longer fit for a modern world. Their message was clear and simple. The Ottoman state must be reformed to create a government that was accountable, transparent, and representative of all its people. In everyday language, the Young Turks said that every citizen deserved to have a say in how the country was run. They criticized the heavy-handed rule of the Sultan, whose authority had grown almost unchecked over the decades. The reformers believed that by restoring a constitution and a parliament, the state could be transformed into a modern nation where justice and opportunity were available to everyone, not just the elite. At first, the movement began quietly. In secret meetings held in coffee houses and modest homes, small groups of reformers discussed ideas borrowed from European thinkers. They debated how to balance tradition with modernity, arguing that it was possible to preserve the cultural heritage of the Ottoman Empire while still adopting new ways of governing. Their conversations were passionate yet practical. They drafted pamphlets, wrote articles in emerging newspapers, and used simple, direct language to explain their vision for a reformed state. Their words resonated with many, especially those tired of the old system's inefficiencies and corruption. In the bustling cities of Istanbul, Salonika, and Smyrna, support for the Young Turks grew steadily. Young military officers, who had been educated in modern schools and were influenced by European military practices, joined the cause. They saw that the old methods of command were ill-suited for a rapidly changing world. These officers believed that a modern, professional military, guided by clear orders and accountability, could not only defend the empire but also help reform its internal structures. Their dedication added strength to the movement and began to influence even some of the established commanders. As support grew, the movement could no longer be contained. In 1908, under increasing pressure from protests and demonstrations, a wave of revolutionary energy swept through the empire. On a cool morning in Istanbul, thousands of citizens, including students, soldiers, and ordinary workers, took to the streets demanding change. The clear, united cry was simple: "Restore the Constitution!" This demand was not just for political change but for a renewal of hope, a promise that the empire could transform into a modern state where the rule of law applied to everyone. The revolution led to dramatic events over a short period. Under mounting pressure, Sultan Abdulhamid II, who had long suspended the constitution to rule with absolute power, was forced to restore it. In November 1908, the constitution was reinstated, and a new parliament was convened. The news spread quickly across the empire, and it was celebrated in town squares and marketplaces where people rejoiced at the promise of a fairer, more just government. Banners were raised, and simple songs of freedom were sung. The language in public proclamations was clear and hopeful, speaking directly to the people that their voices would now be heard. However, the new period of constitutionalism was not without its difficulties. The restoration of the constitution brought great promise, but it also exposed deep divisions within the empire. Different groups had different ideas about what the future should look like. Some conservative elements, who had benefited from the old ways of centralized power, resisted the changes. They feared that the new system would undermine traditional values and the long-established order of society. In contrast, reformers pressed on, arguing that modernity was inevitable and that only by embracing change could the empire survive in a competitive, globalized world. Political debates grew intense in the new parliament. Members of the chamber, speaking in plain and direct language, argued over everything from taxation to education reform. These debates were broadcast through emerging print media and spoken about in the public squares, making the process of government more visible and, in many ways, more democratic than ever before. People began to see that their opinions could influence national policies, a sharp departure from the days when decisions were made in closed palace rooms by a distant ruler. The revolution also had a profound impact on cultural life. With the promise of a new, open political system, there was a burst of creative energy among writers, artists, and musicians. New newspapers sprang up, and literary journals began to circulate ideas of reform and modernity. In coffee houses, where people had long gathered to exchange news and ideas, the conversations took on a new urgency. Simple, clear words about freedom, equality, and progress echoed in the alleys and marketplaces, inspiring many to believe that a better future was within reach. Beyond the Tulip Period, the spirit of reform continued to influence Ottoman society. Even as the empire faced external challenges and internal struggles in later centuries, the ideas born during the Tulip Period provided a framework for gradual change. Rulers and administrators recognized that in order to keep pace with the rapidly changing world, they needed to adopt new technologies, improve their educational systems, and reform their bureaucracies. The introduction of printing presses, for example, helped to spread knowledge more widely and made literature and scholarly work accessible to a broader audience. Newspapers and pamphlets began to appear, written in a language that was simple and direct, allowing ideas to reach people in both the cities and the countryside. In the realm of social policy, there was a gradual shift toward recognizing the rights of individuals. Although the Ottoman system was not democratic by modern standards, the reforms initiated during and after the Tulip Period set the stage for later debates about equality, justice, and representation. Discussions in local councils and among reform-minded intellectuals often centered on the idea that every citizen should have a voice in the governance of the state. This idea was expressed in clear, straightforward terms that resonated with the common people. Over time, these discussions contributed to a broader movement for modernization that would eventually play a significant role in the later transformation of the empire into the modern Republic of Turkey. However, the journey of internal reforms was not without its difficulties. The changes brought by the Tulip Period and later reforms sometimes met resistance from those who were deeply rooted in tradition. Many conservative elements in society viewed the new ideas as a threat to the established order and feared that the embrace of European styles and modern practices would erode the unique Ottoman character. Debates in the courts, in coffee houses, and even in family homes could become heated as people argued over the merits of change versus the preservation of long-held customs. Yet, even in these conflicts, the language of the reformers remained simple and sincere, a clear call for progress that did not disrespect the past but sought to build on its strengths. The legacy of the Tulip Period and the reforms that followed can still be seen today in the cultural, social, and economic life of Turkey and in the historical memory of the Ottoman Empire. The beautiful gardens and elegant architecture of Istanbul, for example, continue to remind people of a time when the empire strove to balance beauty with order. The emphasis on education and the arts that began in this period laid the groundwork for a rich cultural heritage that has influenced literature, music, and visual arts throughout the centuries. In many ways, the spirit of the Tulip Period, a spirit of openness, creativity, and the desire for a better life, became a part of the national character. In reflection, the internal reforms during the Tulip Period and beyond represent a crucial chapter in the story of the Ottoman Empire. They show that even an empire known for its military might and expansive conquests could turn its attention inward to improve the lives of its people. The reforms were driven by simple, clear ideas that beauty, learning, and fair governance were as important as military strength, that economic prosperity should benefit everyone, and that the arts could uplift the human spirit. These principles, expressed in language that was accessible and heartfelt, helped to create a legacy of unity and progress that would inspire future generations. Thus, the story of internal reforms, from the blossoming beauty of the Tulip Period to the ongoing efforts at modernization, stands as a testament to the enduring power of clear ideas and thoughtful change. It is a story of an empire that, even in times of peace, never stopped striving to improve itself. The lessons learned during this period continue to resonate, reminding us that progress comes from within and that the simple pursuit of beauty, justice, and knowledge can transform society. In the long history of the Ottoman Empire, there were times when the state, after years of conquest and military campaigns, took a pause from constant warfare. These periods of relative peace allowed the rulers and the people to focus on internal reforms, social, cultural, and economic changes that aimed to modernize society and bring new energy to everyday life. One of the most celebrated episodes of these internal reforms was known as the Tulip Period. This era and the years that followed saw attempts to blend tradition with new ideas, creating an atmosphere of creativity, innovation, and hope. The Tulip Period, which roughly spanned the early 18th century, is so named because of the fascination with tulips that swept through Ottoman society. Far more than just a flower, the tulip came to symbolize beauty, refinement, and the desire for a more pleasant and cultured life. During this time, the Ottoman court and the elite began to adopt new ways of thinking. They started to place a greater value on art, literature, and architecture, and they looked to European ideas for inspiration in a spirit of curiosity and admiration. Social life began to change as the court and the urban centers of the empire embraced a more leisurely and refined lifestyle. Gardens were designed with intricate patterns and colorful arrays of tulips and other blooms. These gardens were not merely for personal enjoyment but were open to guests, symbolizing hospitality and the sharing of beauty. In the palaces and mansions of Istanbul, rooms were decorated with fine textiles, delicate ceramics, and calligraphy that used simple yet elegant scripts. The clear, refined aesthetic of the Tulip Period spread to public spaces as well. Cafes and coffee houses became gathering places where people discussed art, politics, and daily life in a friendly, informal atmosphere. One notable aspect of this period was the way in which social reforms began to take shape. For many centuries, Ottoman society was structured around a system that, while offering stability, was also deeply rooted in tradition and hierarchy. During the Tulip Period, however, there was a growing recognition that society could be enriched by a greater openness to new ideas and by providing more opportunities for personal expression. Education, for example, began to receive more attention. New schools and academies were founded, and efforts were made to spread learning not only among the elite but also among ordinary citizens. In these institutions, subjects such as literature, history, and even some modern sciences were taught in a clear, simple language that made learning accessible to many. This focus on education helped sow the seeds for future generations to think critically and creatively about their world. Economic reforms were also part of the wave of change during the Tulip Period. The Ottoman government recognized that a prosperous society needed a robust economy, and steps were taken to encourage trade, crafts, and agriculture. Markets were revitalized, and fairer tax policies were introduced to support local businesses and artisans. Merchants, who once operated in an atmosphere of uncertainty, began to enjoy a more stable environment for trade. The increased prosperity helped to fund public projects, such as the construction of roads, bridges, and public buildings, which in turn facilitated even more commerce and improved the quality of life for many citizens. In simple terms, these economic reforms were about making sure that everyone had a chance to earn a fair living and that the benefits of a strong economy were shared across society. Cultural life flourished during this period as well. Art, music, and literature reached new heights as artists and writers experimented with forms and ideas that blended traditional Ottoman elements with influences from Europe and beyond. Poets composed verses that celebrated nature, love, and the beauty of everyday life, using language that was both clear and moving. Musicians developed new styles that combined the rhythmic patterns of traditional Ottoman music with melodies that were fresh and invigorating. In the world of visual art, painters and ceramicists produced works that were admired not only for their intricate detail, but also for their ability to capture the simple joys of life. These cultural expressions, shared in markets, coffee houses, and family gatherings, helped to foster a sense of community and pride in the Ottoman identity. One of the most visible signs of internal reform during this time was the transformation of urban spaces. Cities like Istanbul saw new constructions that reflected the desire for a modern, organized, and beautiful environment. Public buildings were renovated, and new architectural projects were launched that combined function with aesthetic appeal. For instance, mosques, while still serving their primary purpose as places of worship, were also designed with more decorative features and better acoustics, so that the call to prayer could be both heard and admired. Similarly, bazaars were organized more systematically, with designated areas for different kinds of goods, making it easier for people to shop and for traders to conduct their business. These improvements in urban planning and public services made city life more enjoyable and efficient, and they served as a model for how the empire could adapt to the demands of modernity. In some regions, local uprisings and rebellions broke out as communities struggled under the weight of heavy taxes and poor administration. These revolts were often sparked by simple grievances: a family losing their land, a merchant paying more than his fair share in taxes, or a local leader being replaced without clear reason. When the people spoke out, they did so in plain words, demanding that justice be restored. Although the central government sometimes managed to quell these uprisings, each conflict left scars on the social fabric of the empire. The promise of a united and strong state was being tested at every turn. Despite these difficulties, the 17th century was also a time of important learning for the Ottoman state. The challenges of stagnation forced many to look at the empire's strengths and weaknesses with a critical eye. Some reform-minded officials realized that the very elements that had made the empire great, its clear language, fair laws, and unity in diversity, had been compromised. They began to call for a return to the original principles that had once guided the Ottomans to glory. Their speeches and writings, though sometimes met with resistance, spread a simple yet powerful message: that renewal was possible if the state could rediscover its core values. Economic challenges, too, pushed the empire to rethink its policies. The once thriving trade routes that had connected the Ottoman lands with Europe, Asia, and Africa began to suffer as internal corruption and external competition increased. To revive commerce, some governors started to cut back on unnecessary taxes and to invest in repairing roads and marketplaces. merchants and artisans, who had long been the lifeblood of urban centers, found that their fortunes depended on a more efficient and transparent system of governance. In many cases, the call for economic reform was as simple as demanding that the state treat everyone fairly and help small businesses grow. The military, though weakened in some ways, still had a role to play. The lessons of past conquests were not entirely lost, and some commanders continued to innovate even in the face of changing times. New training methods were introduced in certain regions, and attempts were made to restore the discipline that had once made the Ottoman army formidable. The simple orders and clear tactics that had been the hallmark of earlier victories were revived in small pockets, offering a glimmer of hope that the empire could defend itself and perhaps regain some of its lost strength. In the midst of stagnation, there were also signs of cultural resilience. Despite the economic and political difficulties, poets, calligraphers, and musicians continued to produce works that celebrated the rich heritage of the Ottoman state. Their art, often composed in a clear and direct style, reminded people of the empire's golden days and inspired a belief that renewal was not only possible but necessary. These creative expressions served as a counterbalance to the hardships of the time, offering solace and a vision of a better future. As the 17th century progressed, the challenges of stagnation and decline began to pave the way for new ideas. The problems of heavy taxation, bureaucratic inefficiency, and military weakness could no longer be ignored. In some parts of the empire, local communities and reform-minded leaders started to experiment with more modern methods of administration and trade. These small, incremental changes, though slow, began to spread, laying the foundations for later periods of reform and revival. The story of stagnation in the 17th century is a reminder that even great empires face periods of difficulty. The Ottoman state, once filled with the promise of clear, simple governance and unity, had to confront the hard truth that time changes everything. The once dynamic system of conquest and innovation began to slow, and the challenges of managing a vast, diverse empire became more acute. Yet, even in these troubled times, the spirit of renewal was not lost. The people continued to speak in simple, honest words about justice, fairness, and the need for change. Their voices, though sometimes muffled by the weight of tradition, carried the seeds of future reform. In many ways, the stagnation and challenges of the 17th century served as a turning point. They forced the Ottoman state to reckon with its own limitations and to search for ways to adapt to a changing world. The lessons learned during this period, about the dangers of bureaucracy, the importance of keeping laws clear and simple, and the need to balance tradition with innovation, would influence later generations of Ottoman leaders. These lessons became part of the collective memory of the empire, a reminder that even in hard times, the promise of unity and renewal could light the way forward. Thus, the story of the 17th century in the Ottoman Empire is not one of complete failure, but rather a complex tale of challenge and change. It is a story told in plain language, with clear words that speak of both hardship and hope. The empire, faced with stagnation, had to find new ways to maintain its strength and preserve its legacy. Through the struggles of this period, the seeds were sown for future reforms that would eventually help the state adapt and survive in a world that was constantly evolving. As the 17th century dawned, the Ottoman Empire, which had once grown with bold conquests and shining cultural achievements, began to face new challenges. After a long period of expansion and prosperity, signs of stagnation started to appear. In this part of the story, we explore how internal difficulties and external pressures created problems for the empire and tested the resilience of its people. During the peak of its power, the Ottoman Empire had stretched its borders far into Europe, Asia, and Africa. Its armies had marched across vast lands, and its cities had flourished with trade, art, and learning. However, by the 17th century, the empire began to show signs of slowing down. The rapid pace of conquest gave way to a period of relative calm, and the once dynamic empire now faced the challenge of managing its vast territories with an aging system. One major factor contributing to this slowdown was the growing complexity of the empire's administration. Over the years, the Ottoman state had added new provinces and peoples with their own customs and traditions. While the earlier reforms had worked well in creating unity, they were not always enough to handle the challenges of governing such a large and diverse population. Local leaders sometimes grew too powerful, and corruption began to creep into the administrative system. The clear, simple rules that had once ensured fairness became harder to enforce across distant lands. As a result, tax collection became uneven, and the promise of justice was not always fulfilled for every citizen. At the same time, the military, which had been the backbone of Ottoman power, also faced difficulties. In earlier times, the Ottoman army was known for its speed, discipline, and ability to adapt. But as the centuries passed, the army began to lose some of its edge. The system of recruiting the best soldiers, such as the janissaries, became less effective. Over time, the janissaries, who had once been a highly trained and loyal fighting force, started to influence politics and demand privileges. Their growing power, combined with a lack of rigorous training and discipline, meant that the army was not as strong as it had once been. This weakening of military might made it harder for the empire to defend its borders and to launch successful campaigns when needed. The challenges of the 17th century were not only internal. External pressures also mounted as new powers began to emerge in Europe and Asia. European states, such as Austria and Venice, found ways to unite against the Ottomans, and new military technologies slowly shifted the balance of power. The empire's once fearsome armies found themselves facing opponents who were learning to use advanced artillery and new methods of warfare. In addition, other regional powers in the Middle East and North Africa began to assert themselves, taking advantage of the Ottomans' internal struggles. These outside forces chipped away at the empire's territories, making the once clear borders uncertain and leading to conflicts that drained the state's resources. In the heart of the empire, the challenges were deeply felt by the common people. In cities that had once thrived, life became more uncertain. Taxes increased to support a growing bureaucracy and to finance military campaigns that were no longer as successful as in the past. Markets that had once bustled with the promise of prosperity now showed signs of decline, and many citizens began to wonder if the strong and united state of old was slipping away. The simple promise of fairness and opportunity, which had been a guiding light in earlier times, now seemed out of reach for some. Yet, even in the face of these hardships, there were signs of resilience. Some local leaders and reformers recognized that the empire needed to adapt to the changing times. They called for new ideas and fresh approaches to governance, military training, and economic policy. In the midst of the stagnation, there were voices that spoke clearly and simply about the need for renewal, voices that reminded people of the strength that had once united the empire. Meetings were held in town halls, and councils were formed to discuss ways to improve local administration. Although these efforts sometimes met resistance from those who preferred the old ways, they laid the groundwork for future reforms that would come later. The struggle of the 17th century can also be seen in the realm of culture and art. While the Ottoman Empire had once been celebrated for its magnificent mosques, vibrant bazaars, and rich literary traditions, the mood of the time grew more somber. Fewer resources were available for building new monuments or supporting the arts. Some historians say that the cultural flowering of earlier centuries was replaced by a period of introspection and caution. Writers and poets continued to produce works, but their themes often reflected the challenges of a society trying to hold on to its past glories in the face of hard realities. Yet, Even these cultural expressions were marked by a simple, honest language that spoke of hope and the desire for a better future. One of the central challenges of this period was finding a balance between maintaining traditional values and embracing necessary change. The Ottoman identity had long been built on a mix of strong traditions and clear, simple ideas that united diverse peoples. However, as the state grew older, many in the ruling class became attached to the ways that had worked in the past. This resistance to change made it difficult to introduce reforms that might have revitalized the empire. The simplicity of earlier rules and systems was replaced by layers of bureaucracy and outdated customs. For many citizens, this change was hard to understand, and the once clear promise of unity and fairness became clouded by confusion and inefficiency. In contested regions, the military campaigns continued more frequently. When a neighboring power tried to push into Ottoman territory, the Ottoman army would mobilize quickly to counter the threat. These conflicts were not always large-scale wars. Sometimes they were a series of skirmishes, raids, and small battles that went on for months or even years. The simple truth that every loss could weaken the state was well understood by the commanders. They learned to value every small victory and to use even minor successes as stepping stones for larger campaigns. In every engagement, the clear orders and disciplined actions of the troops helped to build a reputation for reliability and strength that echoed far beyond the battlefield. The shifting of frontiers also brought changes in the composition of the population. As new territories were won, people from different regions came under Ottoman rule. This diversity brought challenges, as local customs and languages often differed from those of the central state. However, the military campaigns sometimes served as a catalyst for cultural exchange. Soldiers and commanders, who often spent long periods living among local communities, learned the languages and customs of the people they fought alongside. In time, these interactions helped to blend traditions, creating a more unified identity that stretched across the empire. The simple language of respect and common purpose was key to this integration. Over time, even the most remote border regions began to feel like a part of one large family. The constant movement along the frontiers meant that the boundaries of the empire were never fixed. New treaties were signed, old ones were revised, and sometimes territories changed hands through diplomacy rather than war. Each of these changes was communicated in clear, direct terms so that the people affected understood the new order. For traders, farmers, and families living near the borders, knowing exactly where one state ended and another began was essential for planning their lives. The transparency in these agreements helped to ease tensions and reduce misunderstandings, creating an atmosphere of cautious but steady progress. Throughout these military campaigns and frontier shifts, the leadership of the empire remained focused on one simple goal: to secure peace and prosperity for its people. Every battle fought, every fort built, and every treaty signed was aimed at creating a stable state where justice and unity prevailed. The Ottoman military, with its blend of traditional skills and new tactics, showed that strength was not only measured in numbers but also in the ability to adapt to changing conditions. Their victories on the field were celebrated not only for the lands they won but also for the sense of order and progress they brought to regions that had known conflict for generations. In the end, the military campaigns and shifting frontiers of the Ottoman Empire are a story of balance. A balance between war and peace, between force and fairness. They remind us that an empire's strength lies not only in its ability to conquer but also in its ability to hold on to its gains and to integrate them into a larger, united whole. The clear, simple language of orders on the battlefield, the honest discussions in town halls, and the straightforward treaties signed at borders all played their part in building a state that would last for centuries. This period of continuous change was both challenging and exciting. It was a time when the fate of whole regions was decided by the courage of a soldier and the clarity of a leader's words. It was also a time when the diverse peoples of the empire came together, each contributing their unique strengths to a shared dream of a peaceful and prosperous future. The lessons learned during these campaigns, about strategy, resilience, and the power of unity, remained with the Ottomans and were passed down to future generations. Thus, the story of military campaigns and shifting frontiers is not just a chronicle of battles and borders. It is a testament to the spirit of an empire that grew by embracing change and by keeping its promise of fairness and stability. It is a story told in simple, clear language, a story that, even after many centuries, continues to inspire those who believe that true strength comes from the harmony of diverse peoples working together for a common goal. The Ottoman Empire, now a vast state with lands stretching across continents, faced a constant need to secure and expand its borders. In this part of the story, we explore the military campaigns and the shifting frontiers that shaped the empire over many years. This period was marked by battles fought on different terrains, open plains, rugged mountains, and along winding rivers, and by the steady movement of the state's boundaries as new regions were won and old ones were defended. The military campaigns of the Ottomans were as much about strategy and careful planning as they were about bravery on the battlefield. From the early days of conquest, Ottoman commanders learned that winning a battle was only the first step. To hold on to a new territory, the state needed to build strong defenses, establish local administrations, and integrate the local people into the empire's way of life. This combination of military might and good governance was a key to success, and it helped shape the ever-changing map of the empire. In many campaigns, the Ottoman army would move swiftly across vast regions. The soldiers, known for their discipline and quick marching, were able to cover long distances in short times. They crossed plains and hills, sometimes facing harsh weather or difficult terrain. In every step of their journey, the simple orders of their commanders, words like advance, hold, or retreat, guided them with clarity. This clear communication was crucial, as every soldier, from the youngest recruit to the most experienced veteran, knew exactly what was expected of him. One major aspect of these campaigns was the way Ottoman generals adapted their strategies to different types of warfare. In some regions, the enemy fought from fortified positions on hills or in walled towns. In these cases, the Ottomans would use siege techniques, building ladders, tunnels, and massive siege engines to break through defenses. The famous cannons and artillery became symbols of the empire's determination to overcome even the strongest walls. When a city finally surrendered, it was not simply taken by force. Rather, local leaders were often given a chance to join the empire under fair terms, as long as they swore loyalty and agreed to follow the law. On other fronts, where battles were fought on open plains, the Ottoman cavalry and infantry moved with speed and precision. They employed tactics such as flanking maneuvers and quick charges that broke enemy lines before a strong counterattack could be organized. The soldiers learned to use every part of the land, hiding behind natural obstacles like trees or rocks, then emerging suddenly to strike the enemy. These hit-and-run attacks, often repeated in quick succession, wore down opposing forces and forced them into retreat. The simple tactics of coordinated movement and the unity of purpose were the key lessons passed down from one campaign to the next. Shifting frontiers were not only a matter of conquest but also of careful defense. As the empire grew, its borders stretched far and wide. New territories were added, and with them came long, often vulnerable frontiers that needed protection. In these border regions, the Ottomans built forts and small garrisons that could alert the central government of any threat. Roads were repaired and new routes were laid so that troops could move quickly if an enemy invaded. Local militias, trained alongside regular soldiers, formed a first line of defense, ensuring that the people in these areas felt safe. The clear, steady establishment of defensive works helped the empire hold on to lands even when larger armies were not present. One memorable campaign took place in a region where the terrain was a mix of steep hills and deep valleys. The local people had long resisted outside rule, fighting fiercely to protect their traditions. When the Ottoman army arrived, the initial encounters were tough, and the battles were hard fought. The enemy warriors used the natural features of the land to set up ambushes and to slow the Ottoman advance. However, the Ottoman commanders were patient. They studied the maps and the habits of the local fighters, then devised a plan that involved both military force and a show of respect for local customs. In one decisive battle, Ottoman soldiers managed to capture a strategic hilltop that overlooked a key valley. With this new advantage, they were able to cut off the enemy's supply lines and force them to negotiate. The local leaders agreed to a peaceful arrangement, and in return, they were allowed to keep some of their customs and traditions. This campaign showed that even in difficult conditions, simple words and fair treatment could win over a stubborn foe. As the frontiers shifted, new challenges arose. Some areas that were once on the edge of the empire gradually became inner provinces, while others remained contested battlegrounds. In each case, the Ottoman military had to adapt its approach. In areas where the frontier was stable, the focus shifted to building infrastructure, roads, bridges, and communication lines that would keep the region connected to the heart of the empire. New towns were founded, markets were established, and local leaders were given roles in the government. This careful integration helped to stabilize the region and allowed the people to prosper under Ottoman rule. Trade was one of the most important subjects in diplomatic talks. Europe and the Ottoman Empire had long been connected by trade routes that carried spices, textiles, and other goods. However, the safety and regulation of these routes were often a matter of dispute. Ottoman diplomats worked to guarantee safe passage for merchants, arguing that secure trade was beneficial to everyone. They negotiated agreements that lowered tariffs and removed unnecessary barriers to commerce. The benefits of these treaties were clear. European markets flourished with new and exotic goods, while Ottoman traders enjoyed increased business. Both sides used simple terms in their agreements, ensuring that merchants, whether in the bustling bazaars of Istanbul or in the crowded streets of Venice, could understand their rights and responsibilities. Even when conflict seemed inevitable, Ottoman diplomacy often sought peaceful resolution. When wars broke out in Europe, the Ottomans sometimes played the role of mediator, urging warring states to negotiate and avoid bloodshed. Their envoys were respected for their calm, measured tone and for the clear logic they used to explain the high costs of conflict. In many cases, the simple truth that war hurts everyone was enough to bring adversaries to the negotiating table. Through patient discussion and honest bargaining, treaties were signed that ended hostilities and established new balances of power. These diplomatic successes helped to stabilize regions that had once been torn apart by constant warfare. The impact of Ottoman diplomacy in Europe went far beyond individual treaties and alliances. It helped to shape a new way of thinking about international relations. Rather than seeing neighbors as enemies, many European rulers began to view the Ottoman Empire as a partner, a nation with which cooperation could lead to mutual benefit. This change in perspective was not immediate, and there were still moments of tension and conflict. Yet, over time, the steady efforts of Ottoman diplomats paved the way for a more peaceful coexistence. The simple language of their negotiations, free from the pomp and ambiguity of old-fashioned rhetoric, allowed for clarity and honesty. In this new era, agreements were built on shared interests, and disputes were settled through dialogue rather than the clash of swords. The legacy of Ottoman diplomacy in Europe can still be seen today. Many of the treaties and alliances forged during this period laid the groundwork for modern European borders and trade networks. The idea that different nations could live together, share resources, and settle disputes peacefully is one that endures. Ottoman diplomats demonstrated that strength and kindness were not mutually exclusive, that a powerful nation could also be a fair and generous partner. Their efforts to communicate clearly, respect differences, and seek common ground remain an example for modern diplomacy. In everyday life, the effects of these diplomatic achievements were felt by ordinary people. Merchants who once feared for their safety now traveled along secure trade routes. Artists and scholars found new audiences for their work, and families enjoyed a greater sense of security and hope for the future. In town halls and market squares, the simple messages of peace and cooperation, once whispered in the halls of Ottoman palaces, were now part of everyday conversation. This new spirit of diplomacy helped to create a more interconnected Europe, where ideas and goods flowed freely across borders. Ultimately, Ottoman diplomacy in Europe was a story of building bridges. It was a journey of learning to listen, to speak honestly, and to work together for a common good. The Ottoman envoys showed that even in a world full of differences, the clear language of trust and respect could overcome suspicion and fear. Their legacy reminds us that true power lies not only in armies or laws but in the simple human ability to connect with one another. Through careful negotiation, patient dialogue, and a commitment to fairness, the Ottoman Empire helped to shape a new era in European history, one where the promise of peace and shared prosperity could be achieved. Thus, the chapter of Ottoman diplomacy in Europe stands as a testament to the power of clear communication, mutual respect, and the idea that even the greatest of differences can be bridged when people work together. It is a story that continues to inspire those who believe that peace is not only possible but essential for building a better world. As the Ottoman Empire grew stronger on the battlefield and in administration, it became clear that strength alone could not secure a lasting peace. The empire needed to build bridges with its neighbors, especially in Europe, where many different states and cultures had long histories and strong identities. Ottoman diplomacy in Europe was a careful art, one that mixed negotiation with strength, respect for differences with firm principles, and a clear vision of unity under fair rules. From the very start, Ottoman rulers knew that they could not rule an empire built on conquest alone. They needed to show that their government was fair and that life under Ottoman rule could be better for all. In Europe, where many kingdoms had been rivals for centuries, the idea of peaceful cooperation was sometimes new. Yet, the Ottomans approached diplomacy with simple, clear words and respectful manners that opened doors and won hearts. One of the early challenges was to change the image of the Ottomans in Europe. Many European rulers and people saw the empire as a fierce military force that brought only conflict and hardship. However, Ottoman diplomats set out to show that the empire also offered security, prosperity, and a chance to end old hostilities. They traveled to the courts of Europe, carrying letters written in plain language and speaking in calm tones. These envoys stressed that while the Ottomans were strong in battle, they were equally committed to honest trade, fair laws, and a peaceful coexistence with their neighbors. In many meetings, European ambassadors and Ottoman envoys sat together in grand halls, where discussions were held openly, and in a language that both sides could understand. They talked about common interests such as trade routes, the sharing of ideas, and the need for security in troubled times. The Ottoman representatives often reminded their European counterparts that, just as in the Ottoman lands, peace and prosperity depended on working together rather than on constant fighting. Their simple words carried a powerful message, that both sides could benefit if they set aside old rivalries and focused on common goals. A key part of Ottoman diplomacy in Europe was the formation of alliances. These alliances were not just military pacts. They were agreements to work together on matters of trade, cultural exchange, and mutual defense. For example, during times when European states faced threats from other external forces, the Ottomans were ready to offer support in exchange for trade privileges or a share in economic benefits. Such arrangements helped to ease tensions. In many cases, even former enemies found that cooperation with the Ottomans brought them more benefit than conflict ever could. The agreements were written in clear and simple language, making sure that every clause was understandable. This openness built trust and set a new standard for international relations in the region. One memorable example of Ottoman-European diplomacy occurred in the mid-16th century, when a crisis arose on the borders of Central Europe. A powerful coalition of states was forming in response to a common threat, and the Ottomans saw an opportunity to be included in this new alliance. Ottoman envoys traveled to the courts of Vienna, Budapest, and other major cities. They spoke honestly about their intentions, explaining that the empire sought not to dominate Europe but to live side by side with its neighbors in peace and prosperity. Their words resonated with many who were tired of endless wars. In time, treaties were signed that allowed for trade, safe passage for merchants, and even cultural exchanges. These treaties, written in plain language and confirmed by both sides, became an important part of European history and helped to reduce hostilities in the region. Diplomatic efforts were also directed toward resolving long-standing conflicts. In some parts of Europe, ancient disputes had festered for generations. The Ottomans, with their experience in settling local issues in their own diverse empire, brought new ideas on dispute resolution. In one notable case, a border dispute between two European principalities threatened to spark a larger conflict. An Ottoman diplomat, known for his fairness and clear speech, was invited to mediate. He listened carefully to both sides, asking simple questions and suggesting solutions that honored the traditions of each community. His fair judgment and transparent reasoning helped the disputing parties reach an agreement that both could accept. This success was celebrated widely, and it proved that diplomacy, when done in a spirit of honesty and mutual respect, could replace the need for war. The Ottoman approach to European diplomacy was also influenced by the empire's deep respect for learning and culture. Many European scholars, artists, and architects admired the achievements of the Ottomans in fields such as medicine, astronomy, and architecture. Diplomatic missions often included not only military or trade representatives but also scholars and artists. They exchanged books, ideas, and even musical instruments. This cultural dialogue created friendships that transcended political boundaries. European universities began to study works by Ottoman scholars, and Ottoman artists took inspiration from European styles. The cultural exchange was a slow, steady process that built bridges between peoples. Over time, it helped to dispel myths and reduce fear on both sides. The language of art and science, like the language of diplomacy, was simple, direct, and universally understood. Education and art went hand in hand. In many cities, public schools taught not only reading and writing but also the history of the empire and the values of unity and creativity. Teachers used stories and songs to pass on lessons of bravery, kindness, and the importance of community. These lessons, delivered in plain language, were remembered by both young and old. They formed the basis of a culture that valued knowledge, respect for tradition, and the constant pursuit of beauty in all its forms. Festivals and public celebrations were another important part of the cultural life of the empire. Every year, many cities held festivals to mark important events such as harvests, religious holidays, or the founding of a city. During these festivals, people gathered in the streets and squares, where music, dance, and poetry filled the air. Simple and joyful performances brought together communities, allowing everyone to share in the happiness of the moment. The festivals served as a reminder that life was not just about work and governance but also about celebrating the beauty and unity that defined the empire. Cultural exchange was another key factor that enriched the Ottoman artistic landscape. The empire's vast reach meant that people from different backgrounds came into contact with one another on a regular basis. Merchants traveling from Europe, Asia, and Africa brought with them their own traditions and ideas. In the bazaars of Istanbul, Damascus, and Cairo, one could find textiles, spices, and art objects that were influenced by far-off lands. This mixing of cultures encouraged Ottoman artists and architects to experiment with new designs and techniques. The result was a vibrant, ever-evolving art form that celebrated diversity and creativity. The achievements in architecture and culture had a lasting impact on the daily lives of the empire's people. When a person walked down the streets of a well-planned city, they could see the influence of a thoughtful government that valued beauty, order, and community. The majestic mosques, bustling markets, and comfortable public buildings provided not only shelter and utility but also a sense of pride. Every citizen, whether a merchant, a farmer, or a soldier, felt that they were part of a grand story, a story written in stone, painted on walls, and sung in the streets. These cultural achievements also played an important role in strengthening the bonds between different communities within the empire. The simple language of art and music has a way of crossing borders and breaking down barriers. In the Ottoman Empire, people of different religions, languages, and traditions found common ground in the beauty of a well-built mosque or the gentle melody of a local song. These shared experiences helped to create a sense of unity that was as important as any law or military victory. Over time, the architectural and cultural achievements of this era became symbols of the empire's greatness. They were celebrated in stories and songs, passed down from one generation to the next. Children grew up with tales of the great buildings and the wise words of poets. These stories, told in simple language that everyone could understand, served as a reminder of the values that had built the empire: unity, creativity, and the belief that beauty and fairness could make life better for all. The legacy of these achievements continues to be visible even today. Many of the magnificent mosques, palaces, and public buildings built during the Ottoman era still stand, admired by people from around the world. Their timeless design, clear structure, and intricate details speak of a time when art and architecture were used to build bridges between people and to create a lasting record of a people's dreams and aspirations. In the end, the architectural and cultural achievements of the Ottoman Empire were more than just physical structures or beautiful objects. They were expressions of the empire's spirit, a spirit that believed in the power of clear, honest communication, in the beauty of diversity, and in the importance of creating a world where everyone could find meaning and hope. These achievements remind us that an empire is not measured solely by its armies or its laws but by the creativity and heart of its people. Thus, the period of rich architectural and cultural achievements stands as one of the most vibrant chapters in the history of the Ottoman Empire. It was a time when simple ideas were transformed into grand works of art, and when the shared language of beauty and creativity brought people together. The legacy of this era continues to inspire, showing that through art, architecture, music, and literature, a society can build not only a powerful state but also a lasting heritage of unity and hope. In the heart of the Ottoman Empire, alongside its military and administrative strength, a rich culture began to blossom. The empire was not only known for its battles and laws but also for its beautiful buildings, art, music, and literature. During this time, architects, artists, and scholars worked together to create a lasting legacy of beauty and creativity that still inspires many today. From the very beginning, the Ottomans believed that a great state needed not only strong defenses and fair laws but also inspiring works of art and architecture. This belief can be seen in the many mosques, palaces, bridges, and public buildings that were built across the empire. These structures were more than just places to live, pray, or work. They were expressions of the empire's soul, built with care, clear design, and an eye for beauty. One of the most important achievements of this era was the construction of grand mosques. These mosques were designed to be both spiritual centers and symbols of the empire's power. Their large domes, tall minarets, and intricate decorations were meant to impress and inspire. Architects used simple but strong materials like stone and marble, and they combined traditional designs with new ideas to create structures that were both timeless and innovative. Every arch, every column, and every tile told a story of devotion, skill, and the desire for unity among the people. In the quiet hours before dawn, worshippers would gather in these mosques, and the beauty of the buildings would lift their spirits and remind them of the power of art and faith. Palaces, too, were built during this period as centers of government and symbols of the ruler's authority. These palaces were not built solely for luxury. They were places where the affairs of the state were discussed and decided. Large courtyards, spacious halls, and beautifully decorated rooms provided a setting where officials could work together and share ideas. In these halls, clear words and thoughtful discussions helped shape the policies that would guide the empire for generations. The palaces also showcased the empire's artistic achievements. Mosaics, calligraphy, and intricate wood carvings filled the spaces, telling stories of past glories and hopes for the future. Bridges and public buildings were built to connect people and improve everyday life. The Ottomans recognized that for the state to thrive, people needed easy access to one another. New roads and bridges were constructed to link far-flung towns with the major cities. These bridges, often adorned with simple yet elegant designs, helped traders carry goods and ideas from one region to another. They became a symbol of the connection between different cultures and the strength of the state as it grew more united. Alongside these practical projects, public baths, known as hammams, were built. Hammams were places where people came together not only to clean themselves but also to relax and socialize. In these spaces, the simple act of sharing water and conversation brought communities closer. The cultural achievements of the empire were not limited to its buildings. Art, music, and literature thrived under the patronage of thoughtful rulers and generous officials. In the courts and public squares, poets recited verses that spoke of love, honor, and the beauty of nature. These poems were written in a language that was clear and easy to understand, so that even those who did not read could enjoy the sound and rhythm of the words. Musicians played traditional instruments like the ney, oud, and tamba, creating melodies that were both joyful and full of emotion. These songs were often passed down from one generation to the next, with simple refrains that could be sung by children and elders alike. The Ottoman taste in art was influenced by many traditions. From the detailed floral patterns of Persian art to the bold shapes seen in early Islamic designs, Ottoman artists blended different styles into a new, unique form. They painted colorful miniatures, designed decorative objects, and worked with metals and ceramics to create items that were both beautiful and practical. Markets and households alike were filled with items that carried the rich heritage of the empire, each piece telling its own story of creativity and skill. One of the most important aspects of these cultural achievements was the support provided by the rulers themselves. Many sultans and high officials were great patrons of the arts. They invited scholars, architects, and musicians to live at their courts, ensuring that talent was nurtured and given the space to grow. Libraries were established, where ancient texts and new writings were collected side by side. These libraries became centers of learning and inspiration, where students could study mathematics, astronomy, philosophy, and literature. The clear, simple language of these texts made learning accessible to many, and the ideas shared within these walls helped to shape the future of the empire. These legal and administrative reforms had far-reaching effects on the life of the empire. With a fair legal system in place, people began to feel safer and more secure. Markets grew busier as merchants were assured that contracts would be honored and disputes settled fairly. Farmers could invest in their lands with confidence that they would not be unfairly taxed or dispossessed by powerful officials. Even soldiers, who had long fought on the front lines, found comfort in knowing that their families and communities were protected by a system that promised justice and order. The reforms also paved the way for economic growth and cultural exchange. With clear rules governing trade and commerce, the empire saw an increase in the flow of goods and ideas. New roads and bridges were built using the taxes collected under the fair system, which in turn made it easier for traders to move between regions. Markets in cities like Istanbul, Cairo, and Damascus thrived as local products were exchanged with goods from far-off lands. In these vibrant centers of commerce, people from different regions met and mingled. The simple language of the laws and public notices meant that even travelers from distant lands could understand the rules and enjoy the benefits of a stable, organized state. The legal and administrative reforms also influenced the culture of the empire. As citizens began to see the benefits of a transparent and fair government, they developed a stronger sense of belonging. Public ceremonies and festivals were held to celebrate the new order, and local stories of justice and fairness were passed down through generations. These stories, told in plain language around family tables and in community gatherings, reminded everyone that the strength of the empire lay in its commitment to equality and justice. In this way, the reforms became part of the collective memory of the people, symbols of a time when the state took care of its citizens and when every person had a voice. As the years went by, the legal and administrative systems continued to evolve. New challenges arose, such as the need to manage more complex trade networks or to integrate even more diverse populations, but the basic principles remained the same. Clear language, fair rules, and open governance were the pillars that supported the empire. Leaders who followed in the footsteps of the early reformers kept these ideas alive, constantly adapting the system to meet the needs of a changing world. The result was a state that could withstand internal divisions and external pressures, built on the trust and cooperation of its people. The reforms were not without their critics, of course. Some traditional leaders worried that the new system would erode their power or undermine ancient customs. Others feared that the clear and open nature of the laws might lead to too much change too quickly. Yet, over time, even these critics came to see that the benefits outweighed the challenges. As crime rates fell, markets prospered, and public projects improved the quality of life for everyone, the strength of the legal and administrative reforms became undeniable. In villages and cities alike, people began to appreciate that a fair government was not a burden but a boon, a foundation upon which a strong, united, and prosperous society could be built. In the end, the legacy of these reforms is still felt today. The simple language and fair procedures that were introduced in those early years became the standard by which later generations measured their government. They set a high bar for justice and order that many modern societies continue to strive for. The Ottoman model showed that it was possible to govern a vast and diverse empire by treating everyone with fairness and respect, and by keeping the rules clear enough that even the poorest citizen could understand them. Thus, the period of legal and administrative reform stands as a shining chapter in the story of the Ottoman Empire. It was a time when leaders, inspired by the ideals of fairness and unity, worked hard to create a system that served every person in the state. Through clear language, just laws, and an open administration, the empire became not only a land of warriors and conquests, but also a society where justice and order reigned. The simple yet powerful idea that every citizen deserves to be heard and protected became a lasting legacy, one that continues to inspire the belief that a fair and transparent government is the key to a better life for all. As the Ottoman Empire expanded its borders and brought many diverse peoples under its rule, the need for a fair and clear system of governance became more important than ever. The rulers of the empire realized that conquering lands was only the first step. Keeping them united required solid legal and administrative reforms. This period saw leaders work hard to create laws and a government that were simple to understand, just to enforce, and designed to benefit everyone, from soldiers to common farmers. One of the first challenges was to organize a system of law that could work for a state so large and diverse. In earlier times, local customs and traditions ruled day-to-day life, and each town or village often had its own set of rules. While this allowed communities to maintain their unique identities, it made it difficult for a growing empire to create unity and order. To solve this problem, the Ottoman rulers decided that it was time to introduce a set of common laws that would apply to all citizens. The new laws were written in clear, plain language so that even someone who could not read would understand what was expected. Rulers believed that fairness must be easy to see and simple to follow. In many ways, the laws served as a kind of promise between the state and its people. They promised that everyone would be treated equally and that justice would be dispensed without favor or prejudice. In town halls and public squares, local leaders would read the laws aloud in simple words, ensuring that every person, no matter their background, could understand the rules that governed their lives. One of the key features of these legal reforms was the introduction of a formal court system. Before, disputes were often resolved by local elders or through informal community meetings. The new courts, however, were designed to be fair and impartial. Judges, chosen for their wisdom and honesty, listened to both sides of any disagreement before making a decision. Their verdicts were explained in clear language so that all parties could understand the reasoning behind them. This transparency built trust in the government and made people feel that even the smallest dispute was given proper attention. At the same time, the administrative reforms went hand in hand with legal changes. With the empire spanning many lands, from the rugged hills of Anatolia to the busy markets of North Africa, it was necessary to have a system that could manage taxes, trade, and local governance. New officials were appointed to work in different provinces. They were selected not just for their connections but for their ability to work honestly and clearly. Their job was to ensure that laws were followed and that the government collected taxes in a fair way. Taxes, in particular, were a critical part of these reforms. In earlier times, tax collection was often arbitrary and harsh. Many people suffered because they had to pay more than they could afford. The new system aimed to change that by setting fixed tax rates that were clearly explained and uniformly applied. Tax collectors were held to strict standards, and if they failed to do their jobs fairly, they faced serious consequences. This new approach not only increased the revenue needed to build roads, schools, and public buildings but also helped to ease the burden on common people. In marketplaces, farmers, and workshops, everyone began to see that the government was working to create a more stable and predictable life. The reformers also understood that the success of any legal system depended on its administration. To this end, they set up local councils in towns and villages. These councils, made up of elders, respected merchants, and local leaders, met regularly to discuss community issues. Their meetings were open to the public, and the language used was simple and straightforward. Everyone was encouraged to speak, and decisions were made by consensus whenever possible. This form of local self-governance not only solved problems quickly but also made people feel like they had a direct hand in running their communities. In larger cities, the administration became even more sophisticated. The capitals of provinces had their own administrative offices where records were kept, disputes were settled, and public projects were managed. Books were written in everyday language, and public notices were posted in common areas so that everyone could stay informed. These measures helped to create a sense of order and predictability in everyday life. When people knew what to expect, they could plan better for the future, whether it was saving for a family, starting a business, or simply knowing that they could rely on fair treatment by the government. Another important aspect of these reforms was the effort to integrate people from different backgrounds into a common administrative framework. The Ottoman Empire was a tapestry of cultures, languages, and traditions. In previous eras, these differences had sometimes led to conflicts and misunderstandings. However, the new legal and administrative systems were built on the idea that diversity could be a strength rather than a weakness. Local customs were respected as long as they did not conflict with the overall laws of the empire. In many cases, local leaders were allowed to continue using their own methods of dispute resolution, provided they also recognized the supreme authority of the new courts. This balance helped to preserve local identities while still uniting everyone under a common set of rules. Despite all these achievements, Suleiman was not without challenges. The empire was vast, and governing so many diverse peoples was never easy. There were occasional rebellions and conflicts, and managing the different languages and customs of his subjects was a constant task. Yet, Suleiman faced each problem with calm determination. His approach was always to listen first, using simple words to explain his plans and to make sure that every community felt included in the decision-making process. Over time, his reputation as a just and wise ruler spread, and even those who had once resisted began to see the benefits of a united, fair state. One famous story from Suleiman's reign tells of a time when a dispute arose between two communities over the sharing of water from a river. The communities argued for days, and the tension grew as the hot summer made water scarce. Suleiman heard of the dispute and decided to step in personally. He traveled to the river, where he met with the leaders of both communities. In simple and gentle language, he explained that the river was a gift for all and that every drop must be shared fairly. His clear words and fair judgment soon brought the communities together, and a new system was set up to ensure that both sides received their share. This story became a symbol of his belief that fairness and unity could overcome even the deepest conflicts. In addition to handling disputes at home, Suleiman's reach extended far beyond the borders of his empire. His military and diplomatic campaigns in Europe, Asia, and Africa not only expanded the state's territory but also brought different cultures into closer contact. The simple, respectful exchanges between his ambassadors and foreign leaders laid the foundation for long-lasting alliances and friendships. Suleiman's clear message was that the empire was a home for many peoples, a place where different traditions could coexist, share, and learn from one another. As the years passed, Suleiman's empire reached its zenith. Cities flourished, trade expanded, and a new spirit of learning and creativity filled the air. People looked to the grand mosques, bustling bazaars, and well-run government offices as evidence of a state that cared for its people and celebrated their achievements. The simple language of the laws, the clear orders given on the battlefield, and the honest words spoken in the councils all contributed to an enduring legacy of unity and strength. Suleiman the Magnificent left behind a legacy that was as much about ideas as it was about territories. He showed that an empire could be built on fairness, clear communication, and respect for all its people. His reign was a time when the beauty of art and architecture walked hand in hand with military strength and sound governance. The stories of his victories, the reforms he introduced, and the cultural treasures that flourished under his rule were passed down through generations in simple, memorable language. These tales remind us that true greatness comes not only from the might of an army but from the strength of ideas and the bonds of community. Today, the legacy of Suleiman the Magnificent continues to be celebrated. In museums, schools, and even in the streets of modern Istanbul, his achievements are remembered as a golden age of the Ottoman Empire. The principles he championed, justice, unity, and a clear commitment to the welfare of every subject, remain timeless. His story is a beacon of hope, showing that even in a world of constant change and challenge, simple words and fair actions can build a lasting legacy. Thus, the era of Suleiman the Magnificent stands as the zenith of the Ottoman Empire. It was a time of bold ideas, great battles, and lasting peace, a time when the empire reached its highest point in both power and wisdom. The simple, clear language that defined his policies and inspired his people still echoes in the hearts of those who believe in the power of unity and justice. His reign is a reminder that an empire, built on the principles of fairness and clear communication, can shine as a guiding light for future generations. As the centuries passed, the Ottoman Empire grew stronger and wider, and its power reached a high point under the rule of Suleiman the Magnificent. Often called Suleiman the Lawgiver, or the Magnificent, he became the symbol of an empire at its peak, a time when military strength, rich culture, and strong administration worked together to create a legacy that would be remembered for centuries. Suleiman came to power at a time when the empire had already expanded over vast lands in Anatolia, the Balkans, the Middle East, and North Africa. Yet, he had a vision that went beyond simply holding these territories. He wanted to bring them together under one law and one spirit. His goal was to create a state where justice was fair, the army was strong, and culture and learning flourished. From the very beginning of his reign, Suleiman worked hard to balance military might with the wisdom of law and administration. In the early years of his rule, Suleiman spent much time studying the laws and customs of his empire. He believed that clear rules were the foundation of a strong state. In simple words, he said that every subject, from the highest official to the poorest farmer, should know what was right and what was wrong. To achieve this, he set out to reform the legal system. His efforts were so important that he became known as the Lawgiver. New laws were written in clear language, so that everyone could understand them. These laws helped to protect people's rights, resolve disputes fairly, and bring order to a vast and diverse empire. Suleiman also understood that an army built on discipline and loyalty was the backbone of his rule. The Ottoman military had already been a strong force, but under his leadership, it became even more organized and effective. Soldiers received regular training, and promotions were based on merit rather than birth or connections. This practice helped to build trust and honor among the troops. In every battle, the soldiers fought not only for the glory of the empire but also for the clear, shared promise that their lives and families were protected by fair laws and strong leadership. On the battlefield, Suleiman led his armies with courage and a keen sense of strategy. His military campaigns reached far into Europe, deep into the heart of Hungary, and along the shores of the Mediterranean. His victories were many, and each battle added a new chapter to the story of the empire. Yet, Suleiman's approach was not always about fighting. He knew that lasting peace was built on strong alliances and respectful negotiations. When possible, he chose diplomacy over war, using clear, simple words to reach agreements with rival states. His balanced approach earned him respect not only among his own people but also among his neighbors. One of the most remarkable aspects of Suleiman's rule was his dedication to culture and the arts. He loved poetry, music, and architecture, and he believed that a great empire should celebrate the beauty of human creativity. During his reign, many talented artists, poets, and architects found a welcoming home at his court. They were encouraged to experiment with new ideas while honoring traditional forms. Great buildings, mosques with towering minarets, and intricate bridges were constructed across the empire. These works of art were not only symbols of beauty but also practical monuments that improved everyday life. Markets thrived around these architectural wonders, and people took pride in the rich cultural life that flourished under Suleiman's guidance. Suleiman's court was a place of lively discussion and exchange of ideas. Scholars from different lands came to share knowledge about science, medicine, history, and literature. In his palace, meetings were held where problems were discussed in plain language, and solutions were agreed upon after careful thought. His advisors were chosen not for their wealth or status, but for their wisdom and honesty. This practice helped to create an environment where everyone felt that their voice mattered. In the simple words spoken in the council halls, the idea that the state belonged to all its people took root. Trade and commerce also saw great improvements during Suleiman's rule. The empire's vast network of roads and sea routes was maintained and expanded. Merchants traveled safely from one city to another, and goods like spices, silk, and precious metals flowed into bustling bazaars. In these markets, people from many different cultures met and exchanged not only items but also ideas. The prosperity that came from this thriving trade network helped to fund public works, education, and even the arts. Suleiman understood that a strong economy was the lifeblood of the state, and he worked tirelessly to ensure that trade routes remained open and secure. The administration under Suleiman was marked by its simplicity and efficiency. Unlike some previous rulers who relied on complicated systems, Suleiman believed that government should be run in a way that was easy for everyone to understand. Officials were expected to follow clear guidelines, and public records were kept in plain language. Taxes were collected fairly, and the money was used to build roads, schools, and hospitals that served all people. This honest and open approach to governance won him the loyalty of his subjects and the admiration of those who saw the empire as a model of fairness and order. As the empire expanded, the Ottomans also improved their communication and administration. New officials were appointed in each province, and they were taught to speak in clear, direct language so that every citizen could understand the laws and rules. Local councils were set up, where elders and respected community members met in open halls to discuss problems and plan for the future. In these meetings, the simple words of cooperation and shared purpose were repeated again and again. The government did not hide behind complex legal jargon. Instead, it reached out to its people in a way that was honest and easy to understand. This transparency built trust between the rulers and the ruled, and it helped to create a sense of belonging among the diverse populations of the new territories. Trade flourished under this new order. The secure roads and improved ports in North Africa allowed goods from Europe, Asia, and Africa to flow into the heart of the Ottoman Empire. Markets buzzed with activity, and the prices of common goods became stable, benefiting farmers, craftsmen, and merchants alike. In small villages and large cities, people began to see that peace and prosperity went hand in hand. They took pride in the fact that their traditions were respected and that they had a voice in the running of their communities. The simple act of buying and selling goods became a symbol of the unity that now linked distant lands, from the deserts of Egypt to the mountains of Turkey. Yet, the expansion was not without its challenges. The vast distances, harsh climates, and sometimes difficult terrain tested the resolve of both the soldiers and the administrators. In some remote areas, local customs were deeply rooted, and change came slowly. There were moments of conflict, as some local leaders resisted the new order, preferring the old ways they had known for generations. However, the Ottoman approach was one of patience and understanding. Leaders were invited to councils to share their views, and compromises were reached through dialogue. In many instances, what might have been a violent confrontation was turned into a peaceful agreement by using clear and respectful communication. This strategy of listening and adapting became a hallmark of the Ottoman rule in these regions. One memorable story from this period tells of a small town in the Levant. The local governor, known for his wisdom and long memory of his people's traditions, was initially suspicious of the Ottoman officials who came to collect taxes and enforce new laws. The governor feared that these changes would erode the customs that had kept his town strong for generations. Sensing the tension, an Ottoman envoy visited the town and spent several days talking with the governor and the townspeople in their own language. He explained that the new laws were meant to protect them and help their town grow, not to erase their past. His clear, simple words and genuine concern for their welfare won the trust of the governor, who eventually agreed to work with the Ottomans. In time, the town not only prospered but also became a center for learning and trade in the region. This story, repeated in many variations, became a symbol of the gentle yet determined way the Ottomans brought diverse peoples together. As the new provinces in the Middle East and North Africa became more integrated into the Ottoman state, the influence of Ottoman art and architecture began to spread. Mosques built in the Ottoman style, with large domes, slender minarets, and expansive courtyards, appeared in many cities. These structures were built in clear, simple designs that emphasized both beauty and function. They were places where people gathered not only to pray but also to discuss matters of common interest. In addition to religious buildings, palaces and public baths were constructed to serve the needs of a growing urban population. These constructions, made of local stone and decorated with intricate yet easy-to-understand patterns, reminded everyone that even in a diverse empire, there could be harmony between old traditions and new ideas. The expansion into the Middle East and North Africa also brought with it a renewed focus on culture. In the bustling markets and quiet libraries of cities like Cairo and Damascus, poets and musicians found inspiration in the mingling of traditions. Simple songs about unity, courage, and hope spread from one town to the next, sung by merchants, soldiers, and schoolchildren alike. These songs, with their clear and heartfelt words, became a part of the everyday life of the empire. They reminded everyone that despite the challenges of change, the desire for a peaceful and prosperous life was common to all. By the end of this period of expansion, the Ottoman Empire had grown to include a vast mosaic of peoples and lands. The simple promise of protection, fair governance, and shared prosperity had united regions that had once been divided by ancient rivalries and distant histories. In the Middle East and North Africa, local leaders, soldiers, traders, and common folk all played a part in building a state that valued both tradition and progress. The clear, honest words spoken in town meetings, the respectful treatment of long-held customs, and the visible improvements in roads, markets, and public buildings all told the story of an empire on the rise. In the end, the expansion into the Middle East and North Africa was not merely about adding new lands to an empire. It was about weaving together different threads of history into a strong and lasting fabric. The Ottomans showed that by working with local communities, respecting their past, and speaking in language that everyone could understand, it was possible to build a state that was both powerful and compassionate. The lessons learned during these years would echo through the centuries, influencing not only the future of the Ottoman Empire, but also the many peoples who came under its gentle yet firm rule. Thus, the chapter of expansion into the Middle East and North Africa stands as a testament to the power of unity, respect, and clear communication. It is a story of bold journeys across deserts and bustling cities, of battles won with both the sword and the word, and of the simple truth that a shared dream can unite even the most diverse of peoples. The legacy of this period lives on in the vibrant cultures, enduring monuments, and the lasting spirit of cooperation that still characterizes these lands today. After the success in Anatolia and the Balkans, the Ottoman state began to look beyond these familiar lands. The call of the Middle East and North Africa grew stronger, and new opportunities awaited. This period marked a bold phase in Ottoman history, when the empire expanded its reach into lands known for ancient civilizations, rich cultures, and vast deserts. The leaders and soldiers of the Ottoman state set out on journeys filled with hope, determination, and the promise of building new communities united by common ideals. The first step into the Middle East was taken with careful planning. The lands to the south and east had long been centers of trade and culture. Cities like Aleppo, Damascus, and Cairo were known throughout the world for their ancient history and bustling markets. The Ottoman rulers saw that these cities, with their great mosques, palaces, and lively bazaars, could add both wealth and prestige to the empire. However, winning over these territories required more than force. It called for respect, clever diplomacy, and an understanding of local customs. When Ottoman armies moved into the Middle East, they encountered people who had lived in these lands for thousands of years. The locals were proud of their heritage, and many ruled their own small kingdoms or city-states. Rather than force a quick takeover, the Ottoman commanders sent envoys to speak with local leaders. They spoke in plain and honest language, explaining that joining the Ottoman state would mean protection, fair treatment, and a share in the benefits of trade and good governance. This approach, sometimes called soft conquest, helped win hearts before the sword was ever drawn. In many cases, cities that had once been strongholds of independent power agreed to join the growing empire in exchange for peace and prosperity. The Ottomans allowed local rulers to continue in their roles as long as they pledged loyalty and agreed to follow the basic laws of the new state. This policy of respect and tolerance was new for many people in the Middle East and North Africa. They had seen many conquerors come and go, but few had offered such a balanced mix of strength and kindness. Soon, cities like Damascus and Aleppo began to flourish under Ottoman rule, their ancient streets alive with renewed energy and hope. The expansion into North Africa followed a similar pattern. The deserts and coastal regions of North Africa had long been the crossroads of different cultures. Caravans traveled these lands, carrying goods such as olive oil, grains, and vibrant textiles. The Ottomans saw the value in these trading routes and sought to secure them to ensure that wealth flowed into the empire. In cities such as Algiers and Tunis, the Ottomans built forts and administrative centers. These strongholds served both to protect local populations and to safeguard important trade routes along the Mediterranean Sea. In North Africa, the Ottomans also worked to improve the lives of the people. They repaired old roads and built new bridges so that traders could travel safely from one city to another. The local bazaars, already famous for their colorful displays of spices, textiles, and handcrafted items, received a fresh boost from the increased security and stability. Simple and fair tax policies were put in place so that merchants could keep most of the profits from their hard work, and local craftsmen found that their skills were appreciated far beyond their own towns. The Ottoman expansion into the Middle East and North Africa was not just a military campaign, it was also a time of cultural exchange and shared learning. As the Ottomans moved into these lands, they encountered ancient traditions that had been shaped by centuries of history. In the great libraries of Damascus and the universities of Cairo, scholars studied subjects ranging from mathematics and astronomy to philosophy and poetry. The Ottoman rulers, known for their own commitment to education, supported these centers of learning. They established new schools, encouraged the translation of ancient texts, and even invited local scholars to serve in their courts. The result was a rich dialogue between the old and the new, a blend of traditions that enriched both the local cultures and the Ottoman state. Throughout this period, the simple language of unity and respect was a constant theme. Ottoman leaders understood that a diverse empire was only as strong as the bonds that held its people together. In every new city or town that joined the empire, local customs were celebrated. Mosques, churches, and synagogues were allowed to stand side by side, each serving its community and reminding everyone that faith and tradition were important. Festivals were held where people from different backgrounds came together to share food, music, and stories. These celebrations were held in town squares and open markets, where the language was simple and the message was clear. Together, everyone could build a better future. The soldiers who marched into the Middle East and North Africa were not just fighters. They were also ambassadors of this new way of ruling. They trained together, using clear orders and simple tactics that had been honed through years of practice. The discipline of the Ottoman army was legendary, and it played a key role in winning battles without unnecessarily harsh measures. When they captured a city, they often spared the lives of those who surrendered peacefully. This mercy and fairness earned the Ottoman soldiers respect and admiration from people who had long known only the fear of conquest. The rebuilding process was not without challenges. There were many who remembered the old ways of Constantinople and felt a deep sense of loss at its transformation. Some citizens missed the Byzantine traditions that had defined their city for centuries. Yet, Mehmed's approach was gentle and respectful. He held public gatherings where people could express their concerns in plain language. In these meetings, local leaders, scholars, and citizens discussed their hopes for the future. Over time, the idea of a renewed city, one that honored its past while embracing the new, began to take hold. Slowly, even those who were initially reluctant came to see the benefits of the changes. The rebuilt city was safe, prosperous, and open to new ideas, and these qualities helped to ease the hearts of its inhabitants. The work of rebuilding also brought economic benefits. New roads were constructed that linked Istanbul with other parts of the empire. These roads, built with care and maintained by local communities, allowed goods and people to move easily. Trade flourished as merchants discovered that they could travel in safety and bring back news from distant lands. With the flow of commerce came a rise in prosperity that lifted the lives of ordinary people. Farmers, craftsmen, and traders all found that the new city offered opportunities for growth. Markets were more vibrant than ever, and the simple promise of a better life resonated deeply in every neighborhood. Another important part of the rebuilding was the revival of public life. Mehmed encouraged citizens to take pride in their city. Festivals were organized to celebrate the harvest, the arts, and the unity of the people. Music, dance, and simple plays were performed in public squares. These events were free for everyone to enjoy, and they brought together families and neighbors in a spirit of celebration. In the evenings, the sound of laughter and the sight of children playing in the streets reminded everyone that Istanbul was a city of hope. The celebrations were marked by clear, simple messages about unity, progress, and the promise of a bright future. One of the lasting legacies of Mehmed's rebuilding of Constantinople was the creation of a new identity. As the old walls were mended and new buildings rose, the people began to call their city Istanbul. This name, with its simple sound, came to represent the merging of past and present, a city that had once been the heart of the Byzantine world and was now the vibrant center of the Ottoman Empire. Istanbul was a place where the East met the West, where ancient traditions blended with new ideas, and where the simple, honest language of the people told the story of their shared dreams. As the years passed, Istanbul continued to grow. New neighborhoods sprang up around the ancient core, each with its own character and charm. Scholars continued to teach in open-air classes, and artists painted murals on the walls of public buildings. The simple, everyday acts of building and creating became part of the city's story. Every stone laid in a new road, every brick set in a mosque, and every book written in a school contributed to the living history of Istanbul. The city became a symbol of resilience and renewal, a place where the hard work of its citizens turned a difficult past into a hopeful future. Mehmed the Conqueror's dream of rebuilding Constantinople as Istanbul was more than just an act of construction, it was an act of healing. The city's transformation helped to mend old wounds, bringing together people of different backgrounds under a common goal. The clear, simple rules of governance, the focus on education and public welfare, and the respect for all traditions became the guiding principles of the new city. Through these efforts, Istanbul became a place where every citizen felt valued and where the promise of progress was real. The story of Istanbul's rebuilding is a reminder that even after great conflict, there is hope for a fresh start. It shows that with careful planning, honest work, and the willingness to listen to the people, a city can rise from the ashes and become a beacon of culture, commerce, and unity. The new Istanbul was built not only by grand plans and powerful rulers but by the collective efforts of everyday people who believed in a better future. Thus, the rebuilding of Constantinople as Istanbul stands as a shining chapter in the history of the Ottoman Empire. It was a time when old walls were mended, new roads were built, and a great city was reborn. The simple, clear language of hope and unity that echoed through the streets of Istanbul continues to inspire generations. As the sun set over the Bosporus each day, its golden light touched both ancient stones and new buildings alike, a symbol of a city that had embraced its past and was ready to face the future with courage and optimism. After the historic conquest of Constantinople, Mehmed the Conqueror set his sights on a new challenge: rebuilding the great city in his own image. No longer would the old Byzantine capital remain a relic of a past era. Instead, it would be transformed into Istanbul, a vibrant center of trade, culture, and learning for the growing Ottoman Empire. This period was not marked by battles alone but by careful planning, hard work, and the hope of creating a city where people from many backgrounds could live together in peace. When Mehmed entered the city, he was met with a mix of awe and sorrow. On one side, the mighty walls and ancient buildings spoke of a glorious past. On the other, many parts of the city had been damaged by years of warfare and neglect. Yet, the conqueror saw beauty in the old city and potential for a bright future. He knew that a rebuilt Constantinople would not only honor the history of the place but also pave the way for a new era. His vision was simple: to create a city that was strong in its defenses, rich in culture, and welcoming to all who came to live or trade there. Mehmed immediately began by inviting architects, engineers, and scholars from across his empire to come to Constantinople. In large open halls, these experts gathered to discuss plans for rebuilding the city. Their meetings were filled with clear, direct language. Ideas were exchanged simply and honestly. Everyone understood that the task was great but possible if all worked together. The first goal was to repair the walls and towers that had protected the city for centuries. Skilled workers were put to work, using traditional techniques and new methods inspired by Ottoman innovation. The walls, once battered by cannon fire, were strengthened with fresh layers of stone and mortar. New watchtowers were built along the perimeter, and clear signals were set up so that messages could travel quickly in case of danger. Beyond the walls, the city needed to be rethought. The old streets of Constantinople were narrow and winding, built for a different time. Men believed that a modern city required better organization. Plans were drawn to widen some streets and to create new avenues where people could walk freely, and merchants could display their goods without hindrance. Markets were given special attention. In bustling bazaars, traders from Anatolia, the Balkans, and even far-off lands began to set up their stalls. Goods like spices, silk, and fine ceramics filled the air with pleasant aromas and colors. These markets quickly became the heart of the city, places where cultures met, and ideas flowed as freely as the commerce that drove the economy. Religious buildings were also a central part of Mehmed's plan. He understood that a city was not just made of stone and mortar, it was made of the hopes and prayers of its people. While he was a Muslim ruler, Mehmed was known for his tolerance and respect for all faiths. In the rebuilding process, he ordered that old churches and synagogues be preserved alongside mosques. New mosques were built with grand domes and tall minarets that could be seen from miles away, while churches and synagogues were cared for as symbols of the city's diverse past. In many parts of Istanbul, places of worship became meeting points where people of different religions could share in celebrations, festivals, and the everyday joy of life. This respect for different beliefs helped to create a peaceful atmosphere and encouraged people to work together for the common good. Public buildings such as schools, hospitals, and caravanserais, inns for travelers, were constructed as well. These buildings were designed in a simple, sturdy style that could last for many years. Schools were open to teach children how to read and write, not only in Turkish but also in other languages spoken by the diverse population. Hospitals, too, were set up so that both the rich and the poor could receive care. These institutions became a symbol of the Ottoman commitment to learning and the welfare of its people. The clear and honest way in which these services were offered made the citizens of Istanbul feel that they were cared for by a government that valued every life. At the same time, Mehmed encouraged the arts and sciences. Scholars and poets found that the new Istanbul was a place where their voices could be heard. Libraries were filled with ancient manuscripts and new writings. Workshops became places of innovation, where ideas from Europe, Asia, and Africa met and mingled. Simple lectures and public readings were held in community centers. These events allowed people to learn about the world, share stories of the past, and imagine a better future. It was a time when the city's creative spirit shone through, and the simple language of poetry and art reached everyone, from the learned elder to the curious child. On a fateful day in early May 1453, the final push came. Mehmed ordered his troops to concentrate their efforts on a particularly weak section of the wall. The soldiers rallied for one last, massive assault. In the early morning light, the sound of drums and the steady beat of marching feet filled the air. With a cry that resonated with the hopes of his entire state, Mehmed led the charge. The Ottoman forces surged forward, using ladders and ropes to scale the damaged walls. In the chaos, fierce hand-to-hand combat erupted along the battlements. The defenders fought with all their might, but the tide of battle had turned decisively in favor of the Ottomans. Inside the city, as the breach widened and Ottoman soldiers poured in, the final resistance crumbled. The centuries-old city of Constantinople, with its grand churches, palaces, and busy markets, fell into Ottoman hands. The news spread quickly, and soon it was known throughout the world that a new chapter in history had begun. Mehmed the Conqueror had achieved what many had thought impossible. He had taken Constantinople. The fall of Constantinople was a turning point in history. It marked the end of the Byzantine Empire, a state that had lasted for more than 1,000 years. For the Ottoman state, the victory was not just a military achievement, but a symbol of the dawn of a new era. The city, which would later be called Istanbul, became the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. Under Mehmed's careful guidance, Constantinople was transformed. New mosques, markets, and public buildings were constructed. The city became a vibrant center of trade, art, and culture, a meeting point between East and West. Mehmed the Conqueror was celebrated not only for his military might but also for his vision as a ruler. After the conquest, he worked hard to bring order and prosperity to his new capital. He welcomed people of different backgrounds and faiths, believing that a state grew stronger when all its subjects could contribute. Churches, synagogues, and mosques coexisted in the city, and people of various cultures found common ground. His policies were simple and fair. He made sure that laws were written in language that everyone could understand and that justice was administered equally. This approach helped to build trust among the diverse inhabitants of Constantinople. The victory at Constantinople had a profound impact on the world. It opened new trade routes between Europe and Asia, as the city was strategically located on the Bosporus Strait, a narrow passage that linked the Black Sea with the Mediterranean. Merchants from faraway lands flocked to the city, and the flow of goods, ideas, and cultures enriched the region. The transformation of Constantinople into a thriving metropolis was a clear sign that the Ottoman Empire was not only a military power but also a center of learning and culture. For Mehmed, the fall of Constantinople was both a dream realized and a promise for the future. He knew that with the city under his control, the Ottoman state would become stronger and more united. He continued to expand the empire, reaching out to new lands and forging alliances with neighboring states. His leadership style remained focused on simplicity and clarity, qualities that had won him the hearts of his soldiers and the respect of his people. He was a man who believed that every citizen, whether a soldier or a merchant, played a part in the destiny of the state. The story of Mehmed the Conqueror and the fall of Constantinople is a tale of courage, determination, and the power of clear ideas. It is a reminder that even the greatest walls can be overcome by the will of a united people. Mehmed's conquest brought an end to one era and the beginning of another. The lessons of his leadership, ambition balanced with fairness, the use of innovation to overcome challenges, and the importance of unity, resonated with his people and would influence the Ottoman Empire for centuries. In the years that followed, the memory of the conquest of Constantinople remained a source of inspiration. Songs were sung, and stories were told in simple, heartfelt language, recounting the brave deeds of Mehmed and his soldiers. Children learned the history of their great city in schools, and the story of that fateful day was passed down from one generation to the next. The legacy of Constantinople's fall became a symbol of hope, a sign that even the most formidable obstacles could be overcome when people worked together. Thus, the chapter of Mehmed the Conqueror and the fall of Constantinople stands as one of the most dramatic and significant moments in the history of the Ottoman Empire. It was a time when bold dreams met determined action, when old walls gave way to new beginnings, and when the simple truth of unity and courage changed the world forever. As the Ottoman state continued to grow stronger, a new leader emerged who would change the course of history. His name was Mehmed II, but he is best known as Mehmed the Conqueror. Born into a family with a proud legacy, Mehmed was raised with the idea that one day he would lead his people to even greater glory. His story is one of bold ambition, careful planning, and the will to overcome great odds. The most famous event of his reign was the fall of Constantinople, a moment that not only changed the fate of his own state but also reshaped the map of the world. Mehmed the Conqueror ascended to the throne at a young age. Even as a child, he learned about the great achievements of his ancestors. He heard stories of his forefathers who had built a state that stretched across lands from Anatolia to the Balkans. These stories filled him with a sense of destiny. He was determined to take the Ottoman state to new heights. As he grew older, Mehmed studied the art of war, the science of leadership, and the wisdom of past rulers. His teachers impressed on him the importance of strategy and the need for courage in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. One of the most significant challenges that lay before Mehmed was the mighty city of Constantinople. For centuries, Constantinople had been a symbol of the old Byzantine Empire, a city famous for its wealth, its art, and its strong walls. Although the Byzantine Empire was in decline, Constantinople still held a powerful place in the minds of people around the world. It was a city of great beauty and deep history, but it also represented an obstacle to the complete unification of the lands that men believed should be joined under one rule. Mehmed's plan to capture Constantinople was ambitious. He knew that the city was well defended. Its walls, built over many centuries, were thought to be nearly impregnable. But Mehmed was not afraid. He studied the defenses carefully and gathered the best military minds he could find. His advisors and engineers worked day and night to design new weapons and siege methods that would weaken the Great Walls. One of the key innovations was a huge cannon, built to break through the stone fortifications that had long repelled enemy attacks. This cannon, named the Basilica by some, would play a crucial role in the siege that was to come. In the spring of 1453, Mehmed gathered his army for the long-anticipated campaign. His forces were a mix of experienced soldiers and eager young recruits, all bound by a common purpose. The soldiers marched in a steady column toward Constantinople. Their journey was long and filled with small hardships, but their hearts were full of determination. Along the way, Mehmed spoke to his troops in simple, clear words, reminding them that they were part of something much greater than themselves. He promised them honor, glory, and the chance to be remembered for their courage. His words lifted their spirits and helped them overcome the fatigue of the long march. When the Ottoman army finally reached the outskirts of Constantinople, the scene was both impressive and intimidating. The great city stood on a hill beside the sea, its massive walls stretching as far as the eye could see. Around the city, the defenders had prepared for the siege. They had built towers, stocked supplies, and stood ready to repel any attack. Despite the high defenses, Mehmed's confidence did not waver. He believed in the power of his innovative weapons, the strength of his soldiers, and the destiny of his state. The siege of Constantinople began in earnest. For weeks, the Ottoman forces camped outside the city, digging trenches and setting up siege engines. Every day, they fired cannonballs toward the walls, each shot echoing like thunder across the land. The defenders responded with arrows, stones, and whatever weapons they had at hand. The battle was not a single clash of armies but a long, grueling struggle that tested the endurance and resolve of everyone involved. Mehmed was a hands-on leader during the siege. He moved among his troops, offering words of encouragement and making adjustments to his plans. His presence inspired confidence in his men. He was known to say in simple, direct language that every stone in Constantinople's wall could be brought down if they all worked together. This idea of unity was a powerful force behind the Ottoman attack. The soldiers believed in the cause and in the strength of their leader, and this belief carried them through the hardest days of the siege. Inside Constantinople, the mood was one of determination mixed with fear. The people of the city knew that they were facing an enemy unlike any they had seen before. Their defenders, though brave, were outnumbered and had fewer resources. Yet, the citizens rallied around their leaders. They worked together to repair breaches, store food, and support the soldiers who defended the walls. In the face of overwhelming odds, the people of Constantinople clung to hope, believing that their long history of survival would see them through this final trial. The battle continued for weeks, with both sides enduring heavy losses. The Ottoman cannon, with its powerful blasts, slowly chipped away at the ancient walls. Each strike was a reminder that even the mightiest structures could fall. As cracks began to appear, the defenders knew that time was running out. Mehmed's forces pressed on, seizing every opportunity to move closer to the heart of the city. His strategy was to create confusion and to force the defenders into making desperate decisions. Despite the internal conflict, the people of the empire did not lose sight of their long-held dream, a united and strong state that would rise above the challenges of the present. Many remembered the wise words and fair rule of earlier leaders, and they longed for a return to those times of peace and prosperity. The interregnum, though marked by strife, also stirred the determination in ordinary people to rebuild their community. The idea that unity was the key to survival became a beacon of hope for all who lived through those uncertain years. The struggle for power among Bayezid's sons eventually led to a gradual realization that continued fighting was harming everyone. In the town squares, in the quiet corners of village homes, and even in the heart of the divided army, people began to speak of the need for reconciliation. They recalled the simple, strong words of unity that had once brought their communities together. Leaders, both young and old, started to see that true strength came not from rivalry but from coming together for the common good. Meetings were held in community centers, where people from different sides spoke frankly and in plain language about their hopes and fears. These meetings sowed the seeds of compromise and understanding. After many years of conflict, a plan for unity slowly emerged. One of Bayezid's sons, recognized by many for his fair and calm approach, began to lead discussions aimed at reuniting the divided lands. His message was simple and direct: for the empire to survive and thrive, all must come together as one family. He listened to the voices of the people, respected the old customs, and promised that every region would have a say in the new order. His clear words and genuine desire for peace began to win over even those who had long been hardened by conflict. Gradually, treaties were signed, and battles gave way to talks and agreements. The divided lands began to rejoin, and local leaders who had once fought against each other now worked side by side to rebuild roads, markets, and schools. The simple language of unity and fairness was used in every agreement, ensuring that even those with little education could understand the promises being made. Over time, the interregnum came to an end, and the Ottoman state started to heal. The long, painful lessons of the past were woven into the fabric of a renewed nation, one that would later grow to become even stronger. The Ottoman interregnum remains an important chapter in the history of the empire. It was a time of deep struggle, where rivalries and conflict threatened to tear apart a growing state. Yet, it was also a time when the true strength of the Ottoman spirit was revealed. The common people, local leaders, and even the rival sons of Bayezid I learned that unity and fair treatment were the foundations of a lasting state. The simple, clear language of hope, justice, and cooperation that had been spoken during those years became the guiding light for future generations. In the end, the lessons of the interregnum helped to forge a more resilient and united Ottoman state. The memory of those difficult years was not forgotten. It was remembered as a time when the people of Anatolia and the Balkans chose to come together rather than remain divided. They learned that even in the darkest times, simple truths, courage, unity, and the willingness to listen could light the way to a better future. The scars of the conflict eventually healed, and a stronger, more united state emerged, ready to face new challenges with the wisdom gained from its past. Thus, the period of the Ottoman interregnum stands as a testament to the power of unity and the importance of learning from hardship. It is a story of rivalries that gave way to reconciliation, of division that turned into strength, and of a people who, through clear and simple words of hope, managed to rebuild the foundation of a great empire. The lessons learned during these troubled years would guide the Ottomans in the years ahead, ensuring that the dream of a united and prosperous state would live on for centuries. After the capture of Bayezid I by Timur, the Ottoman state found itself at a crossroads. This period, known as the Ottoman interregnum, was a time of deep uncertainty and struggle. With Bayezid's sons competing for power, the empire was divided by conflict and uncertainty. Yet even in this time of hardship, the spirit of the Ottoman people shone through, as they fought to preserve the legacy of their ancestors and pave the way for a united future. The capture of Bayezid I had left a great void in the leadership of the Ottoman state. Bayezid's ambitious nature and the dreams he had nurtured now seemed to be in jeopardy. His capture not only shook the morale of the army but also left his sons with the difficult task of deciding who would lead. With Bayezid no longer able to guide the state, his sons began to vie for power, each believing that he alone was best suited to restore the glory of the empire. This struggle for control divided the lands, and the once united state now faced internal battles as much as external threats. The sons of Bayezid I, each with his own strengths and ideas, set up rival camps. Their conflict was not simply a fight for the throne, it was a clash of visions for the future of the Ottoman state. In one camp, one son believed in a strong central rule, while another felt that local leaders should have more say. Their disagreements were voiced in simple words, yet the impact was profound. Families, towns, and even soldiers were forced to choose sides, and soon, the state was split into different regions, each ruled by a son with his own small army. During these years, the people of the empire experienced great uncertainty. Trade routes that once bustled with activity now lay quiet, and markets that had thrived with promise were overshadowed by worry. In the villages, common folk prayed for peace, while elders recalled the days when unity brought prosperity and hope. The interregnum, though a time of conflict, also became a period when the people learned important lessons about loyalty, resilience, and the power of community. Amid the chaos, there were moments of brave unity. In some regions, local leaders refused to let the fighting tear apart communities that had long worked together. These leaders, who remembered the times of peace under Bayezid's rule, worked to mediate disputes and encourage their neighbors to stand together. Their simple message was clear: the strength of the empire lay not in the rivalry of its rulers but in the unity of its people. Such acts of courage and understanding offered hope in dark times, and soon, small alliances began to form that would later help rebuild the state. The military, once the backbone of the Ottoman expansion, now found itself divided. Soldiers who had fought bravely under Bayezid's commands were forced to choose between loyalty to one son or another. This division weakened the once mighty army, making it harder to defend the lands from external enemies who watched the internal struggle with hungry eyes. Rival kingdoms and neighboring states sensed an opportunity in this disunity, and sporadic attacks further strained the already troubled regions. Yet, even in the midst of external threats, the common people and many soldiers continued to hope for a return to unity. One of the hardest challenges during the interregnum was the struggle to maintain order in the everyday lives of the people. With the central authority weakened, local rulers had to take on more responsibility. In many towns, councils were formed to handle disputes and manage local resources. These councils met in simple town halls, where elders and respected community members would listen to concerns and work out fair solutions. The language used was plain and direct, so that everyone could understand the decisions made. In these small acts of community self-governance, the spirit of the Ottoman way of life, centered on fairness and cooperation, continued to live on. Education and the preservation of culture became even more important during these troubled years. Scholars, poets, and storytellers kept alive the memories of past glories and the lessons of unity. In the quiet of village schools and under the shade of old trees, children learned not only to read and write but also to remember the simple truths of courage, loyalty, and community. These teachings were passed down in a language that was clear and accessible, ensuring that the values of unity and justice would not be forgotten even in the midst of division. At the same time, the rivalry among Bayezid's sons led to several battles that, though hard and painful, also provided lessons in leadership and sacrifice. The clashes between the rival factions were fought on open fields and near the winding rivers of Anatolia. The sound of clashing swords and the cries of warriors became a common part of life for a time. Yet, even as armies fought, there were moments when the leaders, aware of the suffering around them, tried to negotiate peace in simple, honest words. These brief pauses in the fighting offered hope that, eventually, a resolution could be found. The fighting was intense, and many brave men fell on both sides. For a time, it seemed that Bayezid might hold his ground. His soldiers, inspired by his fiery ambition, fought with all their strength. However, Timur's army had the advantage of experience and numbers. Over the course of the battle, the tide began to turn in Timur's favor. The sound of clashing metal and the cries of wounded men filled the air as the Ottoman forces found themselves pushed back. Bayezid I, seeing the danger, tried to rally his men with simple, clear commands. He wanted every soldier to understand that this was a fight not just for land but for the very future of their people. but the relentless pressure of Timur's forces proved too much. In the midst of the chaos, Bayezid was captured, and the Ottoman army was forced into retreat. The defeat was a bitter blow to the dreams of the Ottomans. The clash of ambitions had ended in a way that left a mark on both armies. The impact of Timur's victory was felt across the region. Bayezid I's capture sent shockwaves through the Ottoman state. Many wondered what this defeat meant for the future of the empire. Bayezid, once known as a symbol of strength and ambition, was now a prisoner of a conqueror known for his ruthlessness. The news of his capture spread quickly, and it became a subject of both sorrow and warning. For those who had believed in the promise of a great and unified state, the loss was deeply painful. Yet, even in defeat, the story of Bayezid I carried important lessons. His ambition and bold actions had brought the Ottoman state far, and his earlier victories were not forgotten. The simple words of courage and determination that he had spoken on the battlefield continued to inspire his followers. Many saw his capture as a temporary setback, a lesson that even the mightiest can fall when faced with an enemy of great power. In the halls of the state, leaders and soldiers alike vowed to learn from this encounter, to rebuild their strength, and to honor the spirit of Bayezid I. The impact of Timur's campaign went far beyond the battle itself. His actions disrupted the progress that the Ottomans had made and forced them to rethink their strategies. In the aftermath, the state faced a period of instability and reflection. Leaders gathered in councils to discuss the future, using clear and simple language to express their hopes and fears. They understood that the defeat was not the end of the story, but a moment that would force them to grow stronger. Plans were made to reorganize the army, to improve training, and to establish stronger defenses against future threats. The lessons of the battle, though hard to accept at first, became a driving force for change. For the people of the Ottoman state, the fall of Bayezid I was a time of deep sorrow, but it also brought a renewed sense of purpose. Families who had once celebrated victories now grieved for the loss of a leader, yet they also learned the importance of resilience. In the quiet of villages and the busy life of towns, the simple truths of unity, hard work, and hope were passed down from one generation to the next. The idea that even in the face of great hardship, the spirit of a people could endure, became a part of the collective memory of the state. Bayezid I's ambition and his tragic encounter with Timur left a legacy that was both a warning and an inspiration. His life showed that dreams of empire are built on the strength of many battles, some won, and some lost. The simple language of his determination, his clear commands on the battlefield, and his desire for a better future became part of the fabric of the Ottoman identity. Even as his capture marked a dark moment, it also set the stage for future leaders to rise with new ideas, to rebuild the army, and to learn from past mistakes. In the end, the clash between Bayezid I and Timur taught the Ottomans that great power is not only about conquest but also about learning from defeat. The story of Bayezid I, his ambition, his courage, and his eventual downfall, became a powerful lesson in history. It showed that even the strongest ruler can face unexpected challenges, and that every setback is an opportunity to grow stronger and wiser. The simple truth was clear: the dream of a great state lives on, even in the face of hardship. Thus, the chapter of Bayezid I's ambition and the impact of Timur remains a key moment in the long journey of the Ottoman Empire. It is a story of bold dreams, fierce battles, and the hard lessons that come with the clash of great powers. Though Bayezid I's fate was sealed on that fateful day, the spirit of his determination and the lessons learned from his defeat continued to shape the future of the empire, guiding the way toward a united and enduring state. In the continuing story of the growing Ottoman state, a new ruler took center stage. His name was Bayezid I. Known for his fierce ambition and bold actions, Bayezid I dreamed of expanding the lands his people had worked so hard to build. At the same time, a great power from the east, led by the mighty conqueror Timur, began to change the balance of power. The clash of these ambitions would shape the fate of the emerging empire and leave lessons for generations to come. Bayezid I, often called the Thunderbolt, was a man of action. He inherited an empire that was steadily growing, and he saw in every challenge an opportunity. His early years were filled with lessons learned on the battlefield and in the councils of his ancestors. With a strong desire to make his mark, Bayezid set out to push the frontiers even further. His ambition was clear. He wanted to make the Ottoman state one of the most powerful forces in the region. Bayezid's first steps as a leader were marked by energetic military campaigns. He looked beyond the familiar lands of Anatolia and the Balkans, aiming to take control of territories that had been under the influence of other powerful empires. His armies marched with determination, and his name quickly spread as a ruler who did not shy away from battle. Bayezid's approach was direct. He believed that a strong army and bold actions were the keys to success. His warriors admired him for his fearlessness and for the way he led them into battle with a clear purpose. In many ways, Bayezid I's reign was a time of great energy and promise. He organized his forces with care, ensuring that every soldier understood their role. The armies of Bayezid were known not only for their fighting spirit but also for their discipline. They moved as one, following orders given in simple, strong words that left no room for doubt. Every victory on the battlefield helped to build the reputation of the Ottoman state, and showed that the dream of a great empire was within reach. Yet, while Bayezid I was busy pursuing new conquests, news began to spread of a powerful force coming from the east. This force was led by Timur, a ruler whose name would soon become known far and wide. Timur, sometimes called Tamerlane, was a conqueror with an iron will and a vast army. He had built an empire that stretched across many lands, and his ambitions were as great as Bayezid's. In many ways, Timur and Bayezid were two sides of the same coin, both driven by a desire to build powerful states, but with very different methods and destinies. The paths of Bayezid I and Timur were destined to cross. For a time, each ruler focused on their own goals. Bayezid pressed forward in his campaigns, while Timur consolidated his control over his territories in Central Asia and Persia. Yet, as Bayezid's forces advanced, the threat from Timur grew ever closer. Both men had built armies that were disciplined and brave, and each saw the other as a challenge to their own destiny. The tension between the two great powers began to build, casting a long shadow over the lands they ruled. Bayezid's ambition led him to pursue campaigns in the eastern parts of his empire. His armies moved swiftly, winning battles and capturing towns that had been under the sway of rival rulers. Bayezid's tactics were simple yet effective. He used the speed of his cavalry, the strength of his infantry, and the careful planning of his commanders to outmaneuver his enemies. Every battle was fought with a mix of courage and clear strategy, and each victory added to the power of his rule. At the same time, the shadow of Timur's army loomed large. Timur was not only a master of warfare, but he was also known for his harsh methods. His conquests were often accompanied by destruction and terror. While Bayezid sought to build and unify, Timur was more interested in dominating and subduing those who opposed him. His armies swept through lands with little warning, and many cities fell before they could prepare a defense. Timur's reputation grew as a ruthless conqueror, and the people of many lands whispered his name with fear. For Bayezid I, the growing threat of Timur was a turning point. He realized that his ambitions and the dreams of his people could soon be tested by a force unlike any they had faced before. Bayezid was not one to back down from a challenge. Instead, he sought to prepare his army and his state for what was coming. In his councils, Bayezid spoke in simple, determined words, urging his commanders to be ready for battle. He made plans and gathered intelligence, knowing that the meeting with Timur would not be a small skirmish but a clash of two great powers. As Bayezid's forces and Timur's armies finally moved toward each other, the tension in the region grew. The two sides met on a vast plain, where the fate of many lands would soon be decided. The battle that ensued was fierce and chaotic. Bayezid led his troops with the same bold energy that had defined his earlier campaigns. His soldiers fought with determination, using every bit of training and discipline they had acquired over the years. The clash of swords, the thunder of hooves, and the shouts of warriors filled the air as the two mighty armies fought for supremacy. In the heat of the battle, both leaders showed their strengths. Bayezid's tactics of swift movement and disciplined charge had worked well in many previous fights, but Timur's forces were equally formidable. Timur, known for his ability to adapt quickly, used his knowledge of the land and his experience in warfare to counter Bayezid's strategies. The battle became a test of not only military might but also of leadership, as each side pushed their soldiers to the limit. These institutional and military reforms also brought about a sense of pride among the people. The common soldier, once seen as a simple fighter, now became a symbol of the empire's power and progress. Stories of brave janissaries, who fought not for personal glory but for the strength and unity of the state, were told and retold in marketplaces and homes. These stories helped to build a common identity, a feeling that everyone, from the highest official to the lowest worker, was part of something greater. The idea was simple: when everyone worked together under fair rules and clear leadership, even the hardest challenges could be overcome. The impact of these changes was felt far beyond the battlefields. In towns and villages, the new systems of administration meant that disputes could be resolved quickly and fairly. People no longer had to worry about corruption or unpredictable rule. Instead, they could look forward to a future where justice was clear and accessible. This certainty encouraged more people to invest in their communities. Farmers improved their methods, merchants expanded their trade, and craftsmen developed new skills. The whole state began to thrive as the benefits of strong institutions spread through every layer of society. In building these reforms, the Ottoman rulers often drew inspiration from the best practices of earlier civilizations. They respected the traditions of the Seljuks and even learned from the administrative methods of the Byzantines. Yet they did not copy them exactly. Instead, they adapted these ideas to suit their own needs and the conditions of a diverse, multi-ethnic state. They kept the language simple and the rules clear, ensuring that every citizen, regardless of their background, could understand and benefit from the new system. This willingness to learn from the past while forging a new path was a key element of the Ottoman success. The journey toward a reformed military and a more efficient state was not without challenges. Resistance sometimes came from those who were used to the old ways. Some local leaders feared that change would mean losing their power or that the new systems would be too strict. However, the Ottoman rulers showed patience and often included these leaders in the reform process. They listened to their concerns, explained the benefits in simple words, and slowly built consensus. Over time, even those who had been doubtful began to see the advantages of a system based on merit, fairness, and unity. In time, the reforms paid off. The Ottoman military became known as one of the most effective forces in the region. Its organization, discipline, and clear chain of command allowed it to win battles that once might have seemed impossible. Meanwhile, the new administrative structures ensured that the lands under Ottoman rule were well managed. Taxes were collected fairly, public works improved daily life, and justice was dispensed in a way that all could understand. This combination of military might and efficient government laid the groundwork for the expansion of the empire into new territories and the enduring legacy of Ottoman rule. The story of these institutional innovations and military reforms is a reminder that lasting power comes from more than just force on the battlefield. It comes from a deep commitment to organization, fairness, and clear communication. The simple ideas of clear rules, merit-based advancement, and respect for local traditions became the pillars upon which the Ottoman state was built. These ideas, taught in plain language and practiced every day, ensured that the empire could not only conquer new lands but also hold them together as a united, prosperous community. As the years passed, the reforms introduced during this period continued to influence the state. New generations of soldiers and administrators grew up with the same clear instructions and simple values that had guided their predecessors. The legacy of these early reforms could be seen in every battle fought, every law passed, and every town governed under the Ottoman rule. The story of the Ottomans was not just one of battles and conquests. It was also a story of ideas that transformed a collection of tribes and small states into a powerful, lasting empire. In the quiet moments after a hard day's work, when soldiers cleaned their weapons and officials reviewed the day's records, the simple truth of these reforms was evident. Every well-built road, every repaired building, every fair judgment in a town hall spoke of the same belief, that a strong, united state was built on clear ideas, shared by everyone. This belief made the Ottomans not only powerful on the battlefield but also respected as wise rulers among their people. Thus, the period of institutional innovations and military reforms stands as a key chapter in the history of the Ottoman Empire. It was a time when simple ideas, clear rules, fair treatment, and disciplined training changed the fate of a nation. These ideas, woven into the fabric of daily life, helped create an army that could move as one and a government that served all its people. In doing so, the Ottomans built the foundation for an empire that would last for centuries, a legacy of unity, strength, and simple, honest progress. As the Ottoman state grew in size and strength, it became clear that winning battles was only part of the challenge. To build an empire that would last, the Ottomans had to create systems and structures that could keep their growing lands united and secure. In this period, the rulers focused on reforming their military and administrative institutions. Their goal was to build an army that was organized, disciplined, and able to fight on many fronts, and to set up a government that could govern diverse peoples with fairness and clarity. At the heart of these innovations was the belief that order and unity came from clear rules and strong organization. Early Ottoman leaders learned lessons from both their own experiences and from older civilizations such as the Seljuks and Byzantines. They saw that an unorganized force, even if brave, could not win lasting victories, and that a state without effective governance would soon crumble under the weight of its own ambitions. This realization led to a series of reforms that changed the face of the empire. One of the most important military reforms was the creation of a special unit known as the Janissaries. These soldiers were not ordinary warriors. They were chosen for their strength, discipline, and loyalty, and they were trained from a young age to be among the best fighters in the empire. The Janissaries became the backbone of the Ottoman army. Their training was rigorous and their loyalty to the state was absolute. They practiced drills every day and learned strategies that allowed them to fight as a single, organized unit rather than as scattered bands of fighters. This new approach to military organization meant that the Ottoman army could react quickly, coordinate attacks with precision, and hold its ground even when facing larger enemy forces. At the same time, the Ottomans introduced reforms in the way they governed their lands. They created clear systems of administration that helped to manage everything from tax collection to the maintenance of roads and public buildings. Local officials were appointed to oversee different regions, and these officials were chosen for their fairness and their ability to work in simple, understandable language. The idea was that every citizen, no matter how humble, could know what was expected of them and understand the laws that governed their lives. These administrative reforms brought many benefits. First, they helped to increase the flow of money and goods throughout the empire. With a better system of tax collection, local communities could fund public works like repairing roads, building bridges, and maintaining markets. This, in turn, boosted trade. Merchants found that they could move safely from one town to another, and the promise of steady, fair rule encouraged more people to join the new state willingly. This economic growth was not achieved by force but by creating an environment where everyone could prosper. The reforms also had a social impact. By setting up councils in towns and villages, the Ottoman rulers gave local leaders a voice in the governance process. These councils were made up of respected elders, merchants, and even common folk. They met in public halls to discuss community issues and decide on matters that affected everyday life. The language used was simple and direct. There was no need for complicated legal jargon that only a few could understand. This approach made government more accessible and helped to build trust between the rulers and the ruled. In the military, the innovations did not stop with the janissaries. The entire system of recruitment, training, and command was overhauled. One of the most important changes was the introduction of merit-based promotions. In the past, leadership positions might have been given simply because of family connections or personal relationships. Now, the Ottoman commanders made sure that the best and the bravest could rise through the ranks. Soldiers who showed talent in battle, who were smart and quick to learn, or who could inspire their comrades were given more responsibility. This meritocracy not only improved the quality of the army but also gave every soldier a reason to fight harder, knowing that their efforts could lead to a better position and more respect. Alongside these changes, the Ottomans also worked to standardize their military equipment and tactics. Uniformity was important in a large army, and clear instructions were necessary when soldiers came from different regions with various traditions. The new system ensured that every soldier knew his role on the battlefield. They practiced together, shared the same drills, and used similar weapons. As a result, their actions on the battlefield became more coordinated. When an order was given, it was followed without hesitation, and this cohesion often turned the tide in difficult battles. The reforms in military structure went hand in hand with innovations in strategy. The Ottoman commanders learned to make the best use of the terrain, whether it was the vast plains of Anatolia or the rugged hills of the Balkans. They developed strategies that allowed their smaller, well-organized forces to face larger armies. Surprise attacks, strategic retreats, and the careful guarding of supply lines became standard tactics. These methods were taught to every new soldier in clear, simple terms so that even those with little formal education could understand and remember them. The strength of the Ottoman army lay not just in its numbers but in its ability to use every advantage that the land and situation provided. These strongholds were built in strategic locations, where they could monitor movement and warn of any potential attacks. Life in these border towns was hard, but the people took pride in the protection that these forts offered. The simple structures, built with care and kept well, were a symbol of the state's commitment to its people. Murad I also paid great attention to the organization of his army. He realized that for the state to grow, the military had to be modernized and well-trained. Soldiers were recruited from among the people, and they underwent rigorous training sessions in the fields and forests. The methods used in battle were kept simple and clear so that every man knew his role. Over time, the army became known for its discipline and effectiveness. The tactics perfected by Murad I were passed down through generations and became the foundation of the Ottoman military system. A memorable moment in Murad I's military career came during a long and bitter winter. The enemy forces had gathered near a frozen river, hoping to catch the Ottomans off guard. The bitter cold made every step a struggle, and the snow covered the tracks of both sides. But Murad I, with his firm resolve, led his soldiers into battle even in the harsh weather. His ability to keep his men focused and determined in such difficult conditions became a legend. The battle that day was hard fought, and although many soldiers suffered in the cold, the Ottomans emerged victorious. This victory reinforced the belief that under Murad's leadership, nothing was impossible. As the years went by, the lands that Murad I conquered began to show the true promise of the growing state. New towns sprang up along well-trodden roads, and markets buzzed with activity. Farmers found that the fields were more secure, and merchants could travel safely to sell their goods. With each passing season, the bonds between the new territories and the heart of the state grew stronger. Murad I's simple policies of fairness and respect helped the people feel that they were part of a larger family, a family that stretched from the heart of Anatolia to the distant hills of the Balkans. Murad I also placed a strong emphasis on creating a sense of common identity among the people. He understood that the strength of the state lay in the unity of its diverse subjects. Whether they were farmers, craftsmen, or soldiers, everyone had a role to play. Public gatherings were organized where people from different regions could meet and share their experiences. These meetings were held in local community halls, where leaders explained the benefits of a united state in plain and understandable language. Simple songs and poems were composed that told of the great deeds of Murad I and the hope for a bright future. These cultural exchanges helped to weave together a rich tapestry of shared identity. In time, the conquests and reforms of Murad I began to transform the very nature of the state. No longer was it just a collection of separate lands and people. It had become a living, breathing community with a shared purpose. The simple language of unity and cooperation that Murad I used in his speeches became the common tongue of the state. People learned to set aside old rivalries and to work together for the common good. The vision of a strong, united state, which Murad I had carried from his youth, was now beginning to take shape in every corner of the growing empire. The legacy of Murad I was not only in the battles he won or the lands he added. It was also in the way he brought together different peoples under one banner. His rules showed that strength and kindness could go hand in hand. The simple measures he introduced, fair laws, improved roads, and respectful treatment of local customs, created a foundation that would last for centuries. Murad I's leadership became a model for those who followed him, and his ideas were passed down as cherished lessons in the art of governance. In the quiet moments between battles and council meetings, Murad I often reflected on the journey that had brought him to this point. He remembered the long, hard days of training and the difficult negotiations with local leaders. He remembered the faces of his soldiers and the gratitude in the eyes of common people. These memories were like the building blocks of a great story, a story that spoke of perseverance, unity, and the power of simple, clear words. It was a story that Murad I hoped would inspire future generations to care for one another and to work together for a better life. Thus, the rise of Murad I and his formative conquests became a turning point in the history of the Ottoman state. His victories on the battlefield and his wise governance helped to create a state that was strong enough to face the challenges of a changing world. The lands he brought under his rule, from the heart of Anatolia to the rolling hills of the Balkans, became part of a family united by hope and trust. Murad I's legacy would continue to shine in the hearts of his people, guiding them toward a future of peace, prosperity, and unity. In the long journey of the growing Ottoman state, a new leader emerged who would leave a lasting mark on the future of the empire. His name was Murad I. Born into a family known for bravery and wisdom, Murad grew up listening to the tales of his ancestors. As he matured, he took on the mantle of leadership with a strong sense of duty. His rise was not sudden. It came slowly as he proved his worth in both the fields of battle and the halls of government. Murad I's early life was filled with lessons on the cost of freedom and the price of unity. Even as a child, he watched his elders and learned that a true leader must always serve the people. When the time came for him to lead, Murad was ready to build upon the successes of those who came before him. His father and uncles had shown the way, and now it was Murad's turn to guide his people forward. The task was immense: to protect a growing state and to continue the expansion into new lands, especially in Europe. When Murad I assumed leadership, the Ottoman state was already making steady progress. The lands of Anatolia and the early territories in the Balkans had been brought together by smart leaders who combined strength with careful rule. However, there was still much work to be done. Murad I believed that the state should not only hold its ground but also push its borders further into Europe. His vision was clear. He wanted to secure the lands of the Balkans and create a strong, united state that could stand against any foe. One of the first challenges Murad I faced was to secure the frontiers of the state. The Balkans were a mix of different peoples and kingdoms, some of whom had long histories and deep roots in their lands. In order to protect his people and to continue expanding, Murad had to build strong defenses. He organized his soldiers, trained them in new tactics, and made sure they were ready for battle. The new army was disciplined, and its leaders worked hard to learn from each victory and every setback. Murad I set his eyes on several key regions in the Balkans. His strategy was not only to win battles but also to bring the local people into the fold. In many cases, local rulers were given a choice: to join the growing state or to face the might of the Ottoman army. Murad preferred the path of unity. He sent envoys to meet with local leaders, explaining that joining the Ottoman state would bring peace, better protection, and improved trade. The simple promise of a better life was hard for many to ignore. In towns and villages, whispers of a strong new leader spread quickly. A turning point in Murad I's rule came when he led his army into a major battle on the field. The battle was fierce, fought on a large plain where the armies met face to face. On one side were the soldiers of the Ottoman state, led by Murad with his calm determination and firm commands. On the other side were the forces of a local kingdom, determined to keep their independence. The clash of swords and shields rang out under a bright sky. Murad I showed great skill in using the terrain to his advantage. His soldiers moved swiftly, striking with precision and then retreating before the enemy could regroup. This hit-and-run method worked well, and the enemy's formations soon began to crumble. In that battle, Murad I not only demonstrated his strength on the field but also his compassion as a leader. Instead of punishing the defeated harshly, he offered terms of surrender that allowed the enemy to keep their lands and customs if they pledged loyalty to him. This wise choice spread his reputation far and wide. People saw him as a conqueror who did not rule with cruelty, but with a steady hand and a caring heart. The victories on the battlefield were celebrated not only for the lands they won but also for the unity they helped build among different peoples. With each new conquest, Murad I worked to strengthen the state's administration. He understood that military victories were only the first step. To truly build an empire, he needed to set up systems that could run smoothly even after a battle was over. Murad I improved the way taxes were collected and made sure that the roads, markets, and communication lines were well maintained. In every new town that came under Ottoman rule, he made sure that local leaders could continue to work as long as they followed the law. The people learned that their customs were respected, even as they became part of a larger state. One of the most important parts of Murad I's rule was his ability to balance strength with fairness. His decisions were made in simple language that everyone could understand. When local disputes arose, he listened to both sides and made decisions that were just and clear. These actions helped to build trust between the ruler and his people. In many villages and towns, people began to speak of Murad I not just as a warrior, but as a wise leader who cared for their daily lives. The peace that followed his victories allowed culture, art, and education to flourish. Children learned in small schools, and elders shared stories of the past and visions of a bright future. The conquests of Murad I were not limited to the open fields. He also understood the importance of defending the borders of the state from external threats. The Balkans, with their many different kingdoms, were a constant source of both opportunity and challenge. Murad I established a network of outposts and forts along the frontier. The economic benefits of Balkan expansion were felt quickly. New agricultural lands were put to work, and the improved infrastructure led to a surge in trade. Small villages began to grow into bustling towns, each adding its own unique character to the new Ottoman realm. The harvest season became a time of celebration, with festivals that brought together people from all walks of life. During these festivals, simple songs and dances were performed that told of the hardships of the past and the promise of a better tomorrow. The Ottomans joined in these celebrations, not as distant rulers but as part of the community, sharing in the joy and the hopes of their new subjects. Not all encounters were smooth, however. In some parts of the Balkans, the process of integration was met with suspicion and occasional resistance. Old loyalties ran deep, and some local leaders were reluctant to give up centuries of independence. In these cases, the Ottomans chose to be patient. They did not resort to overwhelming force unless absolutely necessary. Instead, they waited for opportunities when local disagreements made the promise of unity more appealing. Slowly, through a mix of diplomacy and measured strength, more and more of the Balkans came under Ottoman influence. An important lesson from this time was the value of understanding and communication. Ottoman officials took the time to learn the languages and customs of the local people. They attended local gatherings, listened to the concerns of the townsfolk, and even learned local recipes and songs. These small gestures built bridges of trust that were stronger than any wall. Over time, the people of the Balkans began to see the Ottomans not as foreign conquerors, but as partners who respected their way of life and offered them a chance to prosper in a changing world. The administration in the newly acquired lands was organized around a simple idea: local problems needed local solutions. To this end, small councils were formed in every town. These councils included representatives from different communities, ensuring that every voice was heard. Decisions were made in clear, everyday language, and rules were written so that even the common person could understand them. This transparent approach to governance helped reduce misunderstandings and made it easier for everyone to work together for the common good. As the Ottoman influence spread further into the Balkans, a sense of shared identity began to emerge. The people of the region, who had once been divided by language, religion, and old rivalries, started to feel a connection with the new state. This new identity was not meant to erase the past but to build upon it. Old traditions were honored while new customs were introduced that celebrated unity and progress. Art, music, and literature from different cultures began to mingle, creating a rich tapestry that celebrated both the old and the new. One of the most enduring symbols of this period was the construction of public buildings that served as centers of community life. Mosques, schools, and caravanserais inns were built in towns across the Balkans. These buildings were simple yet sturdy, designed to serve many generations. They became meeting points where people could learn, trade, and celebrate together. Their construction was not just an act of building, it was a statement of hope, a promise that these lands would be cared for and that their people would enjoy peace and progress. The expansion into the Balkans was also a time when the Ottomans learned valuable lessons about leadership. Their success was not measured solely in battles won or lands captured but in the quality of life they brought to their new subjects. Leaders were expected to be fair, to listen to the people, and to work for the common good. This approach helped create a sense of belonging that was essential for a diverse state. The simple language of everyday life, clear, honest, and respectful, became the foundation of a new kind of governance that welcomed all people regardless of their origins. By the end of this period, the Balkans had changed dramatically. Where once there had been scattered villages and small principalities, there now stood towns connected by improved roads and a network of friendly relations. Trade routes extended from the heart of Anatolia to the bustling ports of the Adriatic Sea. The sound of Ottoman drums mixed with local folk tunes in a vibrant chorus that celebrated a shared future. The people of the Balkans had found a place in the new order, a place where their traditions were respected and their hopes for a better life could flourish. The success of the Balkan expansion was not the result of a single event, but of many small, careful steps taken over many years. Each new town, each new road, and each new alliance added a piece to the growing puzzle of a united state. The Ottomans learned that true strength came not from force alone but from understanding, patience, and respect. This lesson would guide them in the years ahead and become one of the enduring legacies of their rule in Europe. Thus, the expansion into the Balkans stands as a key chapter in the early history of the Ottoman Empire. It was a time when military skill, diplomacy, and simple, honest communication combined to bring together many different peoples under one banner. The roads were paved, the communities were joined, and a new chapter of shared history began, a chapter that would shape the future of a region for centuries to come. As the Ottoman state grew stronger in Anatolia, its leaders began to set their sights on new lands in Europe. The Balkans lay to the northwest, rich in history, fertile fields, and diverse peoples. For the Ottomans, these lands offered not only more territory but also new opportunities for trade, security, and cultural exchange. Yet the journey into the Balkans was not a simple one. It required a careful blend of military strength, smart diplomacy, and respect for the local traditions that had long taken root in these lands. In the early years of Balkan expansion, Ottoman commanders led by capable generals advanced slowly, testing the defenses of local rulers. Their aim was not to force a quick and harsh conquest but to open a path that allowed for lasting peace. Small groups of Ottoman soldiers, sometimes fewer in number than the local forces, would move quietly along border regions. Their tasks were simple: to gather information, build relationships with local leaders, and prepare the ground for larger, more organized campaigns later. One of the first regions that saw Ottoman influence was the area of Thrace. Thrace was a land of rolling plains and gentle hills where many different communities had lived side by side for centuries. The local people were accustomed to a variety of rulers and a mix of customs from ancient Greece, Rome, and Byzantium. The Ottomans did not come in shouting and demanding immediate change. Instead, they sent envoys who spoke in plain words, explaining that joining the new state would bring security and prosperity. Many local chieftains saw the benefits of this proposal. They had faced years of instability and warfare, and the promise of a united state offered relief from constant conflict. As the Ottomans gained a foothold in Thrace, they began to set up small administrative centers. In these centers, local leaders worked alongside Ottoman officials to collect taxes, maintain order, and resolve disputes. The rules were kept simple, and meetings were held in community halls where anyone could listen to the discussions. This approach, based on respect and mutual benefit, helped ease the local people into the new order. The Ottomans promised fair treatment, and this promise was kept in many towns and villages. Markets that had once been quiet began to bustle again as trade resumed. Farmers could sell their produce, and artisans found a ready market for their crafts. The military role in these regions was equally important. Ottoman soldiers, trained in the art of using their surroundings to their advantage, built a reputation for being both fierce in battle and respectful in victory. When local militias joined them, the Ottomans would often integrate these fighters into a larger system of defense. Training sessions were held on open fields, where both Ottoman veterans and local youth learned tactics that would protect their communities. This shared experience created a bond between the newcomers and the native people, binding them with the common goal of keeping their lands safe. One memorable campaign in the Balkans involved the siege of a small but strategically important fortress that guarded a key pass through the mountains. The fortress had long been a symbol of resistance for the local people, and its walls were thick with centuries of history. Rather than launching a full-scale assault that might lead to needless bloodshed, the Ottoman commander first sent envoys to the fortress. He explained that surrendering peacefully would spare lives and allowed the fortress to be used for the good of all. After several days of tense negotiations and assurances of fair treatment, the leaders of the fortress agreed. When the Ottoman soldiers entered the stronghold without violence, the people inside were relieved. This act of gentle conquest became a favorite tale in local lore, a story of how strength and mercy could work together to build a better future. Beyond military campaigns and peaceful surrenders, the Ottomans also focused on building the infrastructure needed for a united state. Roads that once wound through rugged paths were improved, allowing for easier travel between towns and villages. These new roads helped local traders move their goods more safely and quickly. Caravans carrying grains, olives, and handmade wares began to travel these routes with confidence, knowing that they were protected by the new authority. In the marketplaces, the exchange of goods was matched by an exchange of ideas. People from different backgrounds, Slavs, Greeks, Albanians, and others, found common ground in the rhythm of daily life and shared customs. The blending of cultures added color to the everyday scene, making the Balkans a lively mosaic of traditions. Education and faith also played a key role during this period of expansion. The Ottomans were careful not to upset the delicate balance of religious and cultural life in the Balkans. In many towns, local churches, mosques, and small prayer houses continued to operate as they always had. Rather than enforcing a single way of life, the Ottomans encouraged everyone to follow their own beliefs, as long as they respected the law and contributed to the common good. This policy of tolerance was a breath of fresh air for many local communities. Schools were set up where children learned to read and write in the local language, and elders were invited to share stories of their heritage. This sharing of knowledge created a feeling of unity and mutual respect that would benefit the state for generations to come. In some parts of the Balkans, local leaders saw an opportunity in the rising Ottoman power. They realized that joining forces with the Ottomans could bring stability and protection to their lands. This was especially true in regions that had suffered from years of internal strife and external invasions. The Ottomans, with their reputation for fair treatment and strong defense, offered a promise of peace and prosperity. Local chieftains and nobles began to forge alliances, often welcoming Ottoman soldiers into their towns as friends rather than foes. In the early Balkan forays, the Ottomans encountered a land of many different peoples. There were Slavs, Greeks, and various smaller groups, each with its own language and customs. The Ottomans, though primarily Turkish in origin, had already learned the value of diversity from their years in Anatolia. They knew that a good ruler listened to the needs of all his subjects. In these new lands, the Ottomans did not force their own ways upon everyone. Instead, they allowed the local customs to continue as long as they did not conflict with the common good and the laws of the new state. This approach of cooperation helped the Ottomans to gain support and to avoid unnecessary conflicts. When local leaders saw that their traditions were respected, they were more willing to work with the Ottoman administration. This mutual respect was a key ingredient in the successful early expansion into the Balkans. The Ottomans set up small administrative centers, built roads, and opened markets where traders from different regions could meet. Slowly, the lands of the Balkans began to feel part of a larger, more connected community. The early Balkan campaigns were not free from struggle. There were moments of fierce resistance, where local armies fought hard to defend their homes. In some cases, battles were long and difficult. But the Ottomans had learned from their previous encounters. Their warriors were patient, using surprise and flexibility to outsmart larger forces. They often targeted key positions, bridges, forts, or supply lines, to weaken the enemy's ability to fight back. These tactics brought them many small victories that gradually built a larger and more secure presence in the Balkans. One of the lasting lessons from these early campaigns was the importance of communication and trust. The Ottoman commanders made sure that each town they entered was not simply taken by force. They sent envoys to speak with local leaders, explaining their intentions and offering help in rebuilding. In many towns, people were invited to join the new state willingly. This method of soft conquest meant that the Ottomans did not leave a trail of bitterness behind them. Instead, they built relationships that would last for many years. As the initial forays into the Balkans continued, the Ottomans began to see the long-term benefits of their new territories. The Balkans offered rich farmlands, strategic ports, and vibrant cities. These lands could help supply the growing Ottoman state with food, wealth, and ideas. In return, the Ottomans promised protection against the many threats that had long troubled the region: invading armies, internal strife, and unstable governments. The promise of stability was a powerful lure for many Balkan leaders who had suffered from centuries of conflict. For the people living in the newly reached Balkan towns, life began to change gradually. The markets became livelier as traders brought goods from Anatolia and beyond. New roads were built, and old ones were repaired, making travel safer and easier. In some villages, the sound of Ottoman music mixed with local folk songs, creating a new, blended culture that was both fresh and familiar. Over time, people from different backgrounds began to share in the benefits of increased trade and security. This blending of traditions and customs enriched both the local cultures and the emerging Ottoman state. The success at Beyfus and the early Balkan forays were more than just military achievements. They were the seeds of a new era. The victories showed that a small state, built on determination and smart tactics, could challenge the old empires. The stories of brave warriors, clever commanders, and wise leaders began to spread far and wide. Families in small villages spoke proudly of the day when their lands became part of a larger world, a world where peace and prosperity were possible. In the days following these early battles, the Ottomans took time to celebrate and to honor their fallen heroes. Simple ceremonies were held in the fields, and songs were sung that told of the bravery shown at Beyfus and in the early campaigns in the Balkans. These celebrations were not only a way to remember the past but also a promise for the future. They reminded everyone that every victory, no matter how small, brought them closer to a united and strong state. The impact of these events was felt for many years to come. The Battle of Beyfus and the initial Balkan forays marked the beginning of a long journey that would eventually see the Ottoman Empire stretch across 3 continents. The early successes provided hope and confidence to a people who had long dreamed of a better future. They also laid the groundwork for future reforms and for the deep-rooted connections between diverse cultures within the Ottoman state. In simple words, the Battle of Beyfus was not just a fight. It was the day when a new power began to rise, a day when the old order started to give way to new ideas and new alliances. It was a clear signal that the future belonged to those who dared to take a step forward, even in the face of great challenges. And as the Ottomans moved into the Balkans, they brought with them a spirit of unity, respect, and a deep belief in the promise of tomorrow. In the growing story of the Ottoman state, one event stands out as a turning point: the Battle of Beyfus. This battle was one of the first signs that the Ottomans were ready not only to defend their lands but also to reach out beyond their borders. It was a time when warriors from Anatolia crossed into new lands, setting the stage for the eventual expansion into the Balkans. The land around Beyfus was not far from the heart of Anatolia. The battle took place on a plain near a river, a natural meeting place for travelers, traders, and armies. On one side, there were the forces of the Byzantine Empire, still trying to hold on to their old lands. On the other side stood the Ottoman warriors, determined to protect their people and to show that they were not to be ignored. For many years, the Byzantine Empire had been the great power in the region. Their armies were strong, and their cities were filled with history and art. However, by the time of the Battle of Beyfus, the Byzantine power was in decline. Their resources were stretched thin, and many local rulers were no longer as loyal or as strong as they had once been. In this situation, the Ottomans saw a chance. They understood that a swift victory against the Byzantines could open new doors to lands in Europe, especially in the Balkans. The Ottoman forces, though not as large as the Byzantine army, were known for their speed, courage, and clever tactics. Their soldiers, hardened by years of small-scale battles and long journeys, fought with a spirit that came from their belief in a new future. They used the natural features of the land, the rivers, the open fields, and the rugged terrain, to their advantage. Their strategy was not to meet the enemy in a head-on clash but to use quick moves and surprise attacks to create chaos and confusion among the enemy ranks. On a cool morning, when the mist still hung over the fields, the battle began. The Ottoman warriors, led by seasoned commanders, moved quietly into position. They had learned much from previous fights, and each soldier knew his part well. The Byzantine forces, confident in their numbers, had set up camp near the river, unaware of the quiet force gathering on the hills above. As the sun began to rise, casting a soft light on the dewy ground, the Ottomans made their move. In a sudden burst of energy, they charged down from the hills into the enemy camp. The surprise was complete. The Byzantine soldiers, caught off guard, scrambled to organize themselves. In the chaos, the Ottoman fighters used every bit of the terrain. They moved between trees and rocks, always staying one step ahead of the fleeing enemy. The battle raged for hours. The sounds of clashing swords and cries of warriors filled the air. The Ottoman strategy of hit-and-run attacks worked well. They did not need to win by overwhelming force. Instead, each small victory on the battlefield helped to break the morale of the Byzantine troops. Over time, the strength of the enemy began to fade as confusion and fear took hold. The Battle of Beyfus became a symbol of the new power rising in Anatolia. When the fighting finally ended, the Ottomans emerged victorious. The Byzantine forces were forced to retreat, leaving behind many of their weapons and some of their wounded. The victory at Beyfus was celebrated not only as a military success but also as a sign of the future. It showed that the Ottoman state was ready to challenge old empires and to extend its reach beyond the familiar lands of Anatolia. News of the victory spread quickly. In the small towns and villages, people spoke with pride of the brave warriors who had fought at Beyfus. Songs and simple poems were composed, telling the story of the day when the tide of history began to turn. The victory was seen as a confirmation that the Ottoman way of life, a blend of strong tradition and smart, flexible tactics, was on the rise. But the victory at Beyfus was only the beginning. Once the Ottomans tasted success, they began to look beyond the borders of Anatolia. The Balkans, a region rich in history and diverse in its people, became the next target for expansion. The Balkans had been under Byzantine influence for many years, but by now the old power was weakening. This left a gap that the Ottomans believed they could fill with order and unity. The initial moves into the Balkans were not large-scale invasions. Instead, they began with careful forays, small expeditions to test the strength of the local forces and to establish friendly ties with local leaders. These early ventures were marked by both battles and peaceful negotiations. The Ottoman commanders knew that winning the hearts of the local people was as important as winning battles on the field. People began to notice the benefits of this new way of living. Families who had once suffered through endless conflicts now found that there was hope for a better future. In the villages, the sound of laughter could be heard again. Children played in the open fields, and neighbors helped one another in times of need. It was a time when the hardships of the past slowly gave way to a more stable and prosperous life. The simple, everyday acts of cooperation and kindness became the true foundation of the new order. The Ottomans also paid attention to the importance of faith and community spirit. In northwestern Anatolia, many people followed different religious traditions. The new leaders respected these traditions, and they made sure that every community had a place to pray and gather. Mosques, churches, and small prayer houses were maintained or rebuilt. When festivals were celebrated, people of different beliefs joined in, sharing their foods, songs, and stories. This mix of faiths, rather than causing conflict, helped to create a culture of tolerance and mutual respect. The message was clear: all were welcome, and all had a role in the new state. Over time, the consolidation of northwestern Anatolia produced lasting changes. Towns grew larger and became centers of art and learning. Craftsmen who had once worked in small, isolated workshops now had access to a wider market. Artists and musicians found that the support of the community allowed them to create works that celebrated both the old traditions and the new ideas. In the homes of the people, simple stories of past bravery were told alongside new tales of hope and progress. These stories served to remind everyone of where they came from and the great future that lay ahead. The work of consolidation was not easy, and there were setbacks along the way. Some local groups were slow to change, and not everyone agreed with the new rules. Yet the leaders remained patient and kind. They listened to the concerns of the people and made adjustments when needed. Each mistake was seen as a lesson, a chance to improve and to better serve the community. In this way, the spirit of cooperation grew stronger with every challenge that was met and overcome. The Ottomans in northwestern Anatolia learned that true strength came from unity. By working side by side, soldiers, farmers, teachers, and merchants built a state that could stand firm in the face of future challenges. The simple and clear ways in which the state was run made it a model for other regions. News of the success in these lands spread far and wide. People from neighboring areas came to see how a blend of tradition and fresh ideas could bring prosperity and peace. In many ways, this period of consolidation set the stage for even greater achievements in the years that followed. At the heart of this transformation was a belief in progress that did not forget the past. The new rulers made sure that the lessons of previous times were not lost. They honored the ways of old while making space for new ideas. Every decision was taken with the people in mind, and every rule was made to help everyone live better together. In northwestern Anatolia, the simple word, unity, took on a deep meaning. It meant that every person, no matter where they came from or what they believed, was part of one growing family. In the end, the consolidation of northwestern Anatolia was a time of careful building, a time when the small seeds planted by earlier leaders began to sprout into a strong, green tree. The land became safer, the people happier, and the promise of a great future became real. Towns and villages that had once known only hardship now shone with the light of hope. Markets thrived, roads were busy, and the sounds of daily life filled the air with a new energy. The Ottomans had shown that true power was not just in conquests but in the simple, honest work of building a community. This period of consolidation was like the foundation of a grand building. Every stone was laid with care and every effort was made to ensure that the structure would stand for many years. The work done in northwestern Anatolia was a key part of the long journey that would eventually see the rise of an empire. In the quiet villages and busy towns alike, the people learned that together they could overcome any challenge. They learned that when old traditions were mixed with new hopes, a brighter tomorrow was possible. Thus, the consolidation in northwestern Anatolia became one of the most important chapters in the early history of the Ottomans. It was a time of healing, growth, and careful work that set the stage for many future victories. The simple, honest approach of the leaders helped create a state where every person felt valued and every community could flourish. As the sun set over the peaceful lands, the people of northwestern Anatolia looked to the future with pride and hope, knowing that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a family and a nation in the making. After Orhan's early successes, the next important task was to firmly hold and build on the lands already won. The Ottomans now turned their focus to northwestern Anatolia. This period was one of careful work. The new leaders knew that simply winning battles was not enough. They needed to bring peace, order, and a strong community to every town and village they controlled. In the early days of this new stage, the lands of northwestern Anatolia were a mix of small villages, busy towns, and ancient ruins. The people living there had their own ways and customs, often shaped by the older Byzantine ways and local traditions. The Ottomans, led by Orhan and his trusted commanders, began the slow and steady process of bringing these diverse groups together under one rule. One of the first steps in this process was to rebuild the towns that had suffered from past wars. In cities like Bursa, now a growing center of trade and life, the new leaders made sure that the streets were safe and the markets were open. They repaired old walls, fixed damaged roads, and set up watchtowers along important routes. These practical steps helped to ease the worries of local people who had known hard times and conflict. Soon, traders from distant lands felt safe to travel through these areas, and goods like silk, spices, and wool began to flow once more. The leaders of the Ottomans knew that to build a strong state, they needed to work with local leaders. In many cases, they did not force people to change their ways immediately. Instead, they invited local lords and elders to help run the communities. This method of sharing power was new for many people in northwestern Anatolia. It was common for them to see their own customs and laws respected even as they came under Ottoman control. By allowing local leaders to continue in their roles, so long as they showed loyalty, the Ottomans made the transition smoother. The local people began to feel that the new order was not a harsh takeover but a chance for renewal. Education and learning also became important during this period. The Ottomans built small schools and invited scholars to teach. They taught not only the ways of their own people but also lessons from the old Byzantine schools. In these classrooms, children learned to read and write in simple language, and the elders were taught new ways to manage the lands. This sharing of knowledge was very important. It meant that ideas from the past could be combined with the new ways, and that every generation could help to strengthen the state. At the same time, the Ottomans worked hard to improve the system of law and order. They set up courts where disputes could be settled in a fair way. These courts were not filled with complicated words or long legal texts. Instead, judges and elders would listen to both sides and then speak in plain language, making sure that everyone understood the decision. In this way, the new state built trust with its people. When disputes were solved fairly, the people felt safer and more willing to work together. One of the most important features of this period was the way that the Ottomans organized their military and local defense. They understood that while peace was welcome, the threat of attack was never far away. To protect the people, local militias were organized in every town and village. These groups were not as large as the main Ottoman army, but they were quick to respond if danger arose. The local fighters trained together and shared tips learned from both their ancestors and from the newer, more organized Ottoman troops. This blending of old skills and new methods helped to create a reliable force that kept the peace and deterred invaders. Trade was another area that saw much attention during this time of consolidation. Roads that had once been dangerous were repaired and widened. Caravans began to travel these routes with fewer fears of bandits. Markets sprang up at regular intervals along these roads, and each market became a hub of life where farmers, weavers, potters, and merchants met. In these busy places, the Ottomans would sometimes hold small festivals or fairs to celebrate the bounty of the season. Such events not only boosted the local economy but also helped to knit the communities closer together. In a land that had seen many changes, trade became a constant thread, weaving people into one shared tapestry. The rulers of northwestern Anatolia also paid close attention to the natural environment. They recognized that the land was a great gift, full of rich soil and clear water. Efforts were made to improve irrigation so that farmers could grow more food. In return, farmers were given a fair share of the harvest, which in turn helped to support local markets and families. The respect for the land was passed on from one generation to the next. By protecting the natural resources, the Ottomans ensured that their state would have a steady supply of food and wealth for many years to come. As the state grew stronger, the Ottomans also brought in new ideas about government. They began to set up councils in each major town. These councils were made up of local leaders, elders, and respected citizens. They met in public halls where anyone could listen to the discussions. The aim was simple: to make decisions that benefited everyone and to create rules that were easy to understand. The language used in these meetings was plain and direct. No one was expected to speak in complicated words. Instead, the focus was on clear, honest communication. Orhan's rule was also a time of change in daily life. The new territories brought with them different customs and ways of living. In the towns under his control, people began to mix their traditions. Local festivals, music, and food started to show signs of a new blend of cultures. It was as if the diverse threads of old customs were woven together into a bright new tapestry. This cultural exchange was not without challenges, but Orhan saw it as a strength. He believed that when people shared their traditions, they built bridges that could support the weight of a growing empire. One of the hallmarks of Orhan's early expansion was his respect for the people he ruled. Even when battles were fought, he did not seek unnecessary cruelty. His aim was not to conquer for the sake of conquest but to create a community where peace and order could flourish. When he captured a new town, he often left local leaders in place, so long as they swore loyalty to him. This policy of leniency helped win many hearts and minds. In return, the people provided him with support and shared their knowledge of the lands. It was a partnership that made his rule stronger and his state more resilient. Orhan also paid attention to the practical matters of running a state. He improved the roads that connected different parts of his territory, making it easier for merchants and travelers to move from one place to another. This not only boosted the local economies but also helped spread the ideas of a united Ottoman society. By ensuring that communication and trade flowed smoothly, Orhan laid the groundwork for a more connected and prosperous state. These roads were like the veins of a living body, carrying life and energy to every corner of the land. The early expansion under Orhan was not without its struggles. There were times when battles were hard fought and losses were bitter. Yet each setback taught Orhan and his people valuable lessons. He learned to adapt his strategies, to work even harder to unite his people, and to be patient in the face of adversity. Every challenge helped shape him into a leader who could see beyond the immediate hardships to a brighter future. His perseverance in difficult times became an inspiration to his warriors and a promise of better days ahead. As the years went by, the lands under Orhan's control continued to grow. His victories became part of the common story, celebrated in songs and tales told around hearths and in busy marketplaces. Each story of bravery and smart decision-making reminded the people that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a nation in the making. The simple language of these stories made them easy to remember, ensuring that every new generation understood the lessons of the past. Through these shared tales, the spirit of unity and hope was passed down like a cherished treasure. Orhan's period of early expansion set the stage for what was to come. With each new town added to his growing state, the dream of a vast and united empire came closer to reality. His policies of fair rule, cultural exchange, and respect for local traditions were the building blocks for a state that could endure through the ages. The roads he built, both literal and metaphorical, connected people in a way that had never been seen before in the region. In the gentle glow of dusk, when the soldiers returned from a long day's march, Orhan would often walk among his people. He listened to their concerns, learned about their hopes, and shared in their celebrations. These quiet moments, away from the battlefields and the councils, were when the true strength of his leadership shone. Orhan was not just a conqueror, he was a unifier, a man who cared deeply for every soul in his land. His humble approach in such moments reassured the people that the future was not something to fear, but a promise to be built together. By the end of his early expansion, Orhan had transformed the small state inherited from his father into a thriving, diverse community. The mix of brave warriors, skilled craftsmen, and thoughtful elders formed the backbone of a society that was ready to face the future. His successes were not measured only by the number of towns captured or battles won, but by the enduring legacy of unity and hope that spread across the lands. Every corner of the new territories bore the mark of Orhan's leadership, a commitment to fairness, progress, and a shared destiny. In these transformative years, the Ottoman state began to stand on its own. The early expansion under Orhan was a period of great challenge and even greater achievement. It was a time when a young leader took the lessons of the past and applied them to create a foundation that would support generations to come. The simple words of his deeds resonated deeply with all who lived under his rule, assuring them that their lives were part of an important story, one that was just beginning to be told. Thus, the early expansion under Orhan was more than a series of battles. It was a time of hope, growth, and the slow but steady building of a community that would one day span continents. Through his vision, determination, and compassion, Orhan showed that a small principality could become the heart of a great empire. His leadership during these years laid the groundwork for the future, teaching everyone that progress is built on unity and the willingness to embrace change. The legacy of Orhan's early expansion lives on in the memories of his people, a reminder of how a single leader's vision can transform the fate of many. After Osman I laid the first stone of a future empire, the next great chapter was written under the leadership of his son, Orhan. Born into a family that already carried the hope of many, Orhan stepped into a world full of challenges and opportunities. His era marked the beginning of rapid expansion and change for the small Ottoman principality. In these days, the land was a patchwork of Turkish beyliks, Byzantine remnants, and local rulers. Orhan's leadership would soon shift that balance. Orhan grew up hearing the stories of his father's brave battles and wise decisions. As a young man, he observed how Osman had united a scattered group of warriors into a close community. When the time came for him to lead, Orhan did not hesitate to carry on the work. He inherited not only a name but also a deep sense of purpose. He believed that his people could be more than just a collection of villages and small towns. They could be the start of something much larger. In the early years of his rule, Orhan set his eyes on the lands to the west of his father's territory. The region was filled with rich farmlands and important trade routes. Capturing these areas was not only a military goal, but also a way to bring prosperity to his growing state. Orhan knew that by controlling these lands, he could strengthen the economy and increase the power of his people. His early military campaigns were planned with both bravery and care. One of the first important steps in Orhan's expansion was his move into the region of Bithynia. The Byzantine Empire, although in decline, still held some of the territories in this area. The people of Bithynia lived in fortified towns and had deep ties to old Byzantine traditions. However, as the Byzantine state weakened, many local rulers became vulnerable to new challenges. Orhan saw an opportunity here. He believed that by offering fair treatment and protection, he could win over the local population. With a mix of military strength and thoughtful negotiation, Orhan led his army into Bithynia, slowly capturing towns and villages. The capture of Bursa was a turning point. Bursa was a prosperous city with good farms and a lively market. When Orhan's forces laid siege to the walls of Bursa, they did not only rely on brute force, they worked hard to win the hearts of the people inside. After a series of intense battles, Bursa fell into Orhan's hands. This victory was celebrated by his followers as a sign that their destiny was becoming real. Bursa soon became the first major capital of the Ottoman state, a symbol of new beginnings and hope for the future. In Bursa, Orhan set about building more than just a military base. He knew that for his state to last, there must be peace and order. In the bustling streets of the new capital, markets opened, and the sound of trade filled the air. Craftsmen, farmers, and traders from different lands found a place in this emerging city. Orhan encouraged fair trade and built strong walls to protect his people from external threats. This mix of strength and kindness helped solidify the loyalty of those who joined him. Orhan's campaigns were not only about taking new lands, they were also about forming alliances. He understood that unity was the key to long-term strength. In many cases, instead of fighting bitter battles, Orhan would approach local leaders and offer them a share in the new order he was building. His reputation as a fair and brave leader made him a trusted figure. Even leaders who had once been his enemies saw that joining Orhan could bring stability and benefits to their communities. Thus, many small rulers agreed to become part of his growing state. These alliances helped extend his influence far beyond what any single conquest could achieve. As Orhan's state grew, he also turned his attention to improving its structure. The early Ottoman state was still young and needed strong foundations. Orhan introduced simple laws that were meant to be fair to all. He set up councils where local elders could have a say in important decisions. This early form of government was a blend of old Turkish traditions and new ideas learned from the lands around him. Orhan believed that when people felt heard and respected, they would work together for the common good. It was a lesson he learned from watching the many struggles of the past. The military campaigns under Orhan were marked by both courage and clever tactics. His warriors were known for their skill in using the landscape to their advantage. The rugged hills and winding rivers of Anatolia often played a role in battles, and Orhan made sure that his soldiers were trained to use these features. He employed strategies that allowed his forces to move quickly and strike unexpectedly. The early Ottoman army was small compared to the great empires of the time, but it was strong because of its flexibility and discipline. Every victory, no matter how small, added to the reputation of Orhan's forces and spread the idea that the future lay with those who dared to be bold. Beyond the battlefield, Orhan was keenly aware of the importance of culture and education. Even as he led his army to win new lands, he made efforts to support learning and art. In the new city of Bursa, schools were established and scholars were invited to share their knowledge. This support for culture was not just for show, it was a way to bring people together and to create a sense of shared identity. People from different backgrounds, Turks, Greeks, Armenians, and others, could learn from one another and find common ground. In this melting pot, the seeds of a unified society were sown. One of the most remarkable aspects of Osman's rule was his vision for the future. Even in the midst of constant warfare, he dreamed of a state where the best qualities of Turkish traditions could blend with the administrative skills of the older civilizations. His vision was not limited by the present but was firmly rooted in the hope for a better tomorrow. This forward-thinking approach made him not only a warrior but also a statesman who laid the early foundations of an empire that would endure for centuries. The impact of Osman's leadership reached far beyond the immediate gains on the battlefield. His successes inspired other Turkish chieftains, who began to see the benefits of uniting under a common cause. The growing network of alliances and shared interests helped to create a sense of identity among the Turkish people. This shared identity would prove crucial in the years to come, as the people of the region found strength in their collective heritage and purpose. Osman's efforts to unite his people were not just about military might. They were about creating a community that could stand together against any challenge. As the years passed, the story of Osman I became a source of inspiration and pride. His life and leadership were celebrated in songs and stories, passed down from one generation to the next. These tales, told around campfires and in busy marketplaces, reminded people of the humble beginnings from which a great power had emerged. The simple words of these stories carried a deep message, that even the smallest seed, when nurtured with care and determination, could grow into something magnificent. Osman's journey was marked by both hardship and triumph. He faced setbacks and losses that tested his resolve, yet each time he rose again, stronger and more determined. His ability to learn from his mistakes and to adapt to changing circumstances set him apart from many of his contemporaries. Osman was a leader who understood that true greatness was not measured by the number of battles won, but by the lasting impact of one's actions on the lives of the people. His vision for a united and prosperous state, built on the principles of justice and mutual respect, became the guiding light for all who followed him. In the final years of his life, Osman I saw the fruits of his labor begin to take shape. The principality he founded had grown in both size and influence, and his legacy was secure in the hearts of his people. He had built a state that was not just a collection of conquered lands, but a community bound together by shared values and dreams. Osman's leadership had laid the cornerstone for what would eventually become a great empire, one that spanned continents and endured for centuries. Osman I passed away knowing that his vision would live on. His death was mourned by his followers, but his ideas and achievements continued to inspire new generations of leaders. The memory of his struggle, his victories, and his unwavering belief in a united state became a symbol of hope and resilience. For the people of Anatolia, Osman was not merely a warrior or a ruler, he was the embodiment of their aspirations for a better, more united future. In the years that followed, the legacy of Osman I would guide the growth of the Ottoman state. His early efforts to unite the Turkish tribes, to establish fair governance, and to foster a sense of community became the foundation on which a powerful empire was built. The spirit of unity and determination that he instilled in his people would echo throughout the centuries, influencing the course of history in ways that still resonate today. Thus, the rise of Osman I stands as a pivotal chapter in the story of the Ottoman Empire. His journey from a humble chieftain to the founder of a formidable state is a tale of courage, wisdom, and hope. It is a reminder that great empires are not built overnight, but through the persistent efforts of visionary leaders who dare to dream of a better future. Osman's life is a testament to the power of unity and the enduring strength of the human spirit, a spirit that, when guided by justice and determination, can change the world. In the early days of the Turkish Beyliks, when Anatolia was a land of small principalities and shifting alliances, one name began to shine brighter than the rest: Osman I. Born into a family of warriors and leaders, Osman was destined to play a key role in the making of a new power that would one day become the mighty Ottoman Empire. Osman's early life was set against the backdrop of a region in constant change. The once great Seljuk state was slowly falling apart, and in its place, many small Turkish tribes and chieftains began to assert their independence. From these scattered groups emerged Osman's family, known for their bravery and strong leadership. Raised on stories of past glories and battles, Osman learned early on the values of honor, courage, and loyalty. His childhood was filled with tales of heroic deeds and the importance of protecting one's people, a lesson that would guide him for the rest of his life. As a young man, Osman watched the world around him with keen eyes. He saw neighboring chieftains fight for power and the lands of Anatolia change hands through battle and diplomacy. Unlike many of his contemporaries, however, Osman possessed a quiet determination and a clear vision for his people. He believed that unity and strength could come from the small community he led. This belief gave him the courage to take bold steps when the time was right. In a time when many of the local leaders were content to hold on to their small domains, Osman began to dream of something greater. He saw the potential in uniting the scattered Turkish tribes under a single banner. With his natural talent for leadership, he started gathering supporters, men who shared his vision of a united and strong state. Osman's ability to inspire loyalty was legendary. His men trusted him completely, not only because of his prowess in battle but also because of his fairness and kindness. In every decision he made, Osman kept the well-being of his people at heart. The first major step in Osman's journey was to secure a safe base for his growing community. He chose a strategic area near the confluence of important trade routes. This location was more than just a place to live, it was a crossroads of ideas, goods, and cultures. Here, people from different backgrounds met, and this constant flow of new thoughts and innovations spurred the early seeds of what would later become a thriving empire. In this melting pot, Osman worked to build alliances with local leaders. He understood that true strength lay in unity, and he made sure that his allies felt valued and respected. Osman's leadership soon began to show its effects. His small band of warriors became known for their skill and discipline. They were not merely raiders or opportunists, they were trained fighters who believed in the cause of their leader. Osman's military tactics were clever yet straightforward. He made use of the rugged terrain of Anatolia to surprise his enemies and to defend his lands. His fighters learned to move quickly and to use the landscape to their advantage. These early battles, though small in scale, laid the groundwork for larger conflicts to come. One of the defining moments of Osman's early career came when he faced a rival chieftain who had long threatened his territory. The confrontation was not a single battle but a series of skirmishes that tested Osman's resolve and the loyalty of his men. In these clashes, Osman demonstrated that he was not only brave but also wise. He negotiated alliances with neighboring tribes who had previously been at odds with each other, showing that a united front was far stronger than divided forces. This period of conflict was challenging, yet it brought Osman closer to his dream of a united Turkish state. As Osman's reputation grew, so did his ambition. He did not see his success as the end of a long struggle, but rather as the beginning of a greater journey. With each victory, the borders of his small principality expanded. Towns and villages that had once been isolated began to recognize Osman as a leader who could bring order and prosperity. His rule was marked by both strength in battle and wisdom in governance. Osman was known for his fairness in settling disputes among his people, and he encouraged trade and cultural exchange, knowing that a prosperous society would be strong enough to defend itself. The growth of Osman's territory was not without challenges. As his influence spread, so did the interest of other regional powers. Some neighboring leaders saw Osman's rising power as a threat and gathered forces to check his ambitions. Yet, time and again, Osman's keen mind and the loyalty of his warriors carried the day. He faced these challenges head-on, always learning from each encounter and adjusting his strategies accordingly. Through these hard-fought battles, Osman not only expanded his land but also built a legacy of leadership that his successors would build upon. Central to Osman's success was his ability to see beyond the battlefield. While many leaders focused solely on conquest, Osman recognized that the future of his people depended on a solid foundation of culture and administration. He began to organize his state, setting up systems of law and order that helped manage the diverse groups living within his lands. This early form of governance, though simple, was an important step toward the sophisticated administrative structures that would later characterize the Ottoman Empire. Osman believed that a just and well-run state would stand the test of time, and he worked hard to instill these values in his community. Trade routes also played a major role in the life of pre-Ottoman Anatolia. The Silk Road, which connected the great empires of Asia with Europe, passed through these lands. Caravans of traders moved along these routes, carrying not only goods but also news and new ideas. The exchange was not limited to material wealth. It also brought art, literature, and even new ways of thinking. These routes helped to bind the region together, despite the many differences in language and culture. The movement of people and ideas through these corridors of trade set the stage for the later unification of the region under the Ottoman banner. The early Turkish beyliks, or small principalities, were the direct ancestors of the Ottoman state. In these beyliks, local leaders emerged who were both warriors and rulers. They built small fortresses and ruled over the local peasantry with a mix of fairness and strength. Life in these beyliks was often harsh, but it was also full of honor and bravery. Tales of valor, cunning, and loyalty spread from one village to another, carried on the lips of storytellers and in the verses of poets. These stories would later be celebrated as the early legends of the Ottoman rise. The nature of life during these times was simple. People relied on the land, and their daily lives were filled with hard work and the struggle to survive. Yet, amid the struggles, there was also hope. Farmers dreamed of good harvests, and artisans imagined a day when their skills would be celebrated far and wide. Even the warrior leaders dreamed of glory and a lasting legacy. These dreams were not merely personal ambitions, they were the seeds of a great change. They were the hopes of a people who believed that their time would come, that one day their small principality could grow into something that would change the face of history. It is important to understand that the roots of the Ottoman Empire lie not in a sudden burst of power, but in the slow, steady growth of ideas, traditions, and institutions that had been nurtured over many generations. The early Turks had learned from the lands they traveled through. They adopted the best practices of the sedentary civilizations and blended them with their own warrior traditions. This synthesis created a new culture, one that was flexible and strong enough to adapt to changing circumstances. It was this blend of tradition and innovation that would allow the Ottomans to rise from humble beginnings to become one of the greatest empires in history. In the years before the Ottomans, the region was marked by both turmoil and opportunity. In every town and village, the everyday struggles of life were balanced by the beauty of local customs and the strength of community bonds. People celebrated their harvests, mourned their losses, and found joy in the simple acts of living together in a shared space. These experiences, though ordinary in many ways, laid the foundation for a more complex society. They taught the people the value of cooperation, the strength found in unity, and the importance of holding on to traditions even as new ideas emerged. As the early centuries passed, the remnants of old empires mixed with the new ways brought by the Turkic nomads. This mix created a landscape where history was written by the everyday acts of its people. The foundations for the future Ottoman state were laid in the hearts and minds of these people. Their lives, filled with both struggle and hope, became the building blocks of a larger story, a story that would eventually see the rise of an empire that stretched from Europe to Asia, influencing the lives of millions. Thus, in the quiet villages and bustling markets of Anatolia, the early seeds of the Ottoman Empire were sown. These seeds were nurtured by the lessons of past empires and the enduring spirit of a people who were ready to embrace change. In the next chapters of history, these humble beginnings would grow into a force that reshaped nations and left a legacy that is remembered to this day.